sky. We fell. It must have been our time. We sailed, resolute and resigned. Cities and towns devoured above. The sky ignites. Scour the earth clean. We watch from the deep. There's no good way to describe it. The destruction is absolute. The surface is just gone. We try to return submerged. We died, choking on the dust. Cities and towns devoured above. The sky ignites. Scour the earth clean. We watch from the deep. We watch helplessly. Helpless in the deep. Ice crawls up my frame. The depths take hold. Finally at peace in waters so cold. You surprised me. There was so much I didn't know. Watching you depart. Eternity among the stars. The stars, eternity among the stars. Taking the best of me, leaving the worst of you. You lied to me. There was so much more to know. Suspended in the void. In the arms of God. Another empty book. The life I lived. Yet another wasted gift. Pages turning, I turn over in the silt. Eternity among the stars. Eternity among the to blame. Free, isolated and named, released from your grasp I drift, tranquil as I cease to exist, watching you depart. Eternity among the stars, taking the best of me, leaving the worst of you. There was nothing left to say. 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 Lights flickering overhead. Pay no heed to the fallen, some still breathing. At my feet and pieces everywhere. In these final days, what does it even mean? Is this all we achieve?
Good evening, everyone. Thanks for tuning in on this fine Friday. Sorry about the scheduling mishaps that have happened lately, but after this week we should be back to our usual Saturday streams. Other good news, your boy's back on the sauce. I'm drinking some old monk rum with Coke at the moment. Not bad, not bad. Hope you've got a nice cold beverage of some sort with you as well. Anywho, if it's your first time, I'm the Witch's Forge. I make dark electronic and industrial music. The non-game music you'll hear tonight is all mine, but as per last stream, we're not having it play in the background for SOMA, not like I normally would with games, since frankly there's just too much talking to do, so pray for my voice. But if you do like what you hear, please check out my YouTube channel and certainly subscribe for more. And with that done, on to the business of the day. So, first things first, thank you to you-know-who for this nice bit of fan art of the Boomer Acres with his giant can of structure gel there. I do very much appreciate it. Now, Whitechapel's 3 whiskeys in. Ooh. Nice. Yeah, I'm 1 ale and 1.5 rums in. Going to be keeping it a bit light because I have a lot to think about and a lot to talk about as we play this, so don't want to get completely sozzled. So let's talk about some housekeeping first. So, as I posted in the chat, I have a new EP coming out on the 29th, Australian time, and it's a bit of an interesting one, bit of a turning point for my music, as it's where I really started, what would you say, where I really started making this funny, weird hybrid stuff that I do between AI, generative AI and my own input. Particularly track 4 is what I consider the first true hybrid song and kind of set the pattern for everything else. So please do check out that link and save it on your favorite platform and have a listen. It's tracks you've all heard before, but obviously I released demos of them earlier. Now there's the finished songs coming out, which is pretty cool. Next bit of news, as I mentioned last stream, old mate GW_X9 released an EP called Burn Protocol for his project Nightmare Bureau. Have a listen if you like really chunky Fear Factory style industrial metal. It's got some bangers on it. I do enjoy it. And we have regularly played some of his tracks on this stream, so yeah, go check him out and give him some love if you can. More news for this project. I'm working on a next full-length album, should be coming out early next year. Played some of the demos of it through these streams, but yeah, there'll be probably a 9-track album coming out early next year. And because I've been making all these remixes of some of my older work, I've decided I'll probably put out a remix album as well imminently. Whitechapel asks, sorry, what is old mate's name on YouTube? GW_X9. Let me put that in the chat there. Yeah, he's a good friend of the channel, top fella. Last bit of news is I have entered 4 songs into the Vanda and Young Global Song Competition for charity, and yeah, pretty excited about that. Yeah, it did take some back and forth with their admin people to sort of explain what I do and how I do it, and whether that would be a problem with their rules on generative AI. But after explaining what I actually do and how I do it, they have stated that my work would not be excluded from the competition, which is pretty sweet. So I've submitted Nomad, which is track 4 from the EP. You can find the demo on my channel. And the other 3 tracks I have submitted demo versions of songs from the upcoming album. So wish me luck. It'd be pretty sweet if I even get some recognition out of that. So yeah. All right. With all the boring admin stuff out of the way, let's talk about SOMA. So we'll start off with a bit of a recap first, and I'm not going to recap the story from the start. We'll just talk about what we did last stream, so we're all on the same page. So we were following in Teriyuki's footsteps to Theta, and we found Theta in a real state. We learnt that Catherine had been scanning people for the ARC project to put them in a virtual environment and fling them into space. One of Theta's personnel, Mark Sarang, an employee of Carthage Industries, so make a note of that because that will be important, came up with a very shaky hypothesis of how a person can transfer to the ARC rather than just being digitally copied. And old mate was banging some serious rocks when he came up with that. But as a consequence, when he was scanned, he unalived himself with cyanide after his scan was completed, which triggered several more unalivings in the subsequent weeks and eventually led to the cessation of the ARC scans at Theta. We met a mockingbird outside of Theta, Robin Bass, who was one of the Theta personnel, and she was convinced she'd made it onto the ARC, completely delusional like most other mockingbirds. We found brain scans that Catherine had taken. We had to simulate one of them repeatedly of Brandon 1 in order to trick him into giving us codes. I'm sure we all remember how great that was. Found the Dunbat, which was the submersible we were looking for, but it was corrupted with a brain scan jammed inside. Catherine and the ARC team appear to have left Theta, but we did find a prototype ARC. This allowed Catherine to figure out how to copy herself and Simon to the ARC. Simon was scanned while in the lab, revealing that he's a Cortex chip that's been jammed into the body of someone called Imogen Reed, along with a battery and copious amounts of structure gel sealed into a diving suit. Somehow that all works, and you get Simon out of it. After a journey through Theta, being stalked by Akers and his proxies, we were eventually captured. We were jammed into Mine Coral by Akers, and we were dreaming until we were woken up by a crashing elevator. This was also likely possible because of Simon's unique construction, since other dreamers nearby didn't wake up from the crashing elevator. We eventually got flushed out of Theta's tunnels, and we had to flood them to escape Akers. And where we left off, we were just outside of Omicron, and we had discovered the fates of most of the Theta escapees, and now we're trying to find a way to into Omicron. So with that, I will fire up the game, and we will get on with business. I have been super hype about this. I was really disappointed that we had to cancel last week's stream, so I do apologize to everyone, but I did have some serious things going on in my personal life that I couldn't just ignore. So just pause the music here and just make sure OBS is capturing the game properly, because it likes to not do that sometimes. Come on, OBS. Do me like this. There we go. Okay, cool. We're in business. Wonderful. So I did have some other notes while we're sort of going through the water here. I forgot to mention as we left Theta that you can really see the links between Wretched, the first track off my album Crush Step that was inspired by SOMA, and this part of the game. The lines of the chorus, or yeah, I guess it's the chorus. Your tendrils extend, many resurrected, is a nod to the WoW and the whole mind coral business. And
alright, let's find Omicron.
Nice one, Simon. I think Simon's currently limping because we yeeted ourselves off the off the edge here. Real big brain move. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So the story told in Wretched is obviously about Acres, and it ends like from a chronological standpoint with the lines wayward interloper leaves the door open, I seek out more seeds, their warmth beckons me. And why this is relevant is we talked about Acres' ambiguous status in the last stream. You know, originally he was going to be confirmed dead, but eventually they cut that out of the game. Now, we cleared the wreckage that Hart made when she committed Sudoku to block Acres in, so it's entirely possible, assuming Acres is still alive, for him to leave Theta, which, you know, if that is the case, it leaves some interesting possibilities, and I sort of hint at that with the song. Another thing I forgot to mention last stream was some more about Acres, and I wanted to elaborate a bit on why I think Acres spawns the proxies himself. You can see that he's been bisected down the middle, and the two halves of him are different colors, and he's actually got some extra limbs growing on his body. So given that we can assume that Acres is spawning the mind coral and stuff from his body, there's pretty good evidence of that, I think. I think he's doing some weird kind of mitosis to generate the proxies. I think he's like splitting himself off, and that kind of explains the color difference between his two halves, and the fact that the he's growing limbs, you know, growing extra limbs, and the fact that his proxies are blind like he is. We can see here.
Where am I going? This isn't safe.
Simon's starting to skits out of it here. And if I recall correctly, if you open this part up in the with the dev tools, you can actually see a particular character behind this door over here. Now I'm just going here because you can't actually open this yet, but I just wanted to sort of show that off. I can't recall if you get distortion here, but yeah, there you go. There you go. All that distortion is from someone we will meet shortly. Like putting your mate on a chair when he's passed out, but he's gone when you go back to check. And go to the bottom of the ocean to escape ocean. Anyway. Yeah, so this theory about Acres and the proxies kind of also explains why there was that voice log around how they could appear vaguely human at a distance. You know, I suspect shortly after they've split, they kind of look more humanoid like Acres himself, but as their cancerous growths expand and bloat them, they become more like the proxies we know and see. Yeah, that's just my pet theory. Don't know how much truth there is, but I'm certainly happy to hear other opinions on the topic, because I think it's one of the more interesting mysteries in the game. So you might recall when we went into their last stream, the doors to Omicron are sealed shut in a quarantine. Now we need to try and break the quarantine. I need to remember this puzzle. There's a particular sequence from memory and a... Okay, there we go. And that should do it. That's a cool effect. Now we can see a body over there. Doesn't sound very good.
Catherine?
What?
There you are.
Where are we?
We're right next to Omicron, a smaller building connected to the main site. Can't you tell?
No, my view is pretty limited. There's some heavy restrictions on my system access. Did you find a power suit?
Not yet. Trying to figure out how to get into Omicron, the big building.
Oh, okay. Keep up the good work.
That's it? You got nothing?
Good luck.
Thanks. Kath, how are you so okay with all this?
With what?
Being a talking box, for one thing. Not being human.
It's not so bad.
So, you're not bothered at all by not having a body?
I'm getting there. You're making me feel really self-conscious.
Come on, be serious.
I never felt that comfortable being human in the first place. This isn't much worse.
Not being able to move would freak me out. Glad you got the box and not me.
Would make it a little easier to help out if I had a body, but you're doing a good job.
Just figured being able to stretch a little would give you some ease.
My physical constraints don't translate to my experience very well. I feel about as human as before, but as if suspended in air. Which is kind of interesting now that I think about it.
Yeah, thanks, Catherine. Real helpful today.
Kath, why do you think I was made? Why would this AI, the WoW, bring me here?
I don't think we could ever know. I have my own beliefs, but nothing that can be verified.
Tell me, why do you think the WoW brought me here?
The WoW had a range of assignments, but they all sprung from one single idea: preserve humanity. When the comet hit the Earth, killing everything, leaving a fraction of humanity left alive, the WoW started to compensate.
It's restoring humanity.
I think so, but I don't think we share its definition of human. Or life, for that matter.
Some interesting takes from Catherine here. I'll just give it a second. I can't remember.
Catherine, are we alive?
That's an impossible question to answer. We lack meaningful definitions.
I just figured there must be a way to know. To know if this life is worth living.
You assume you've changed so much, but have you really?
I don't know. I don't feel so different. But the world sure does. I never realized how much the idea of myself depended on where I am.
How do you mean?
I miss Toronto. Not because my friends and family are there, but because I know where I fit in. In Toronto, I know who I am.
That's an interesting observation.
I want to talk more about that, but we'll see if they say anything else. Maybe not. I find those lines particularly interesting. Well, first of all, thanks, Catherine. You're such a bitch. But second of all, Simon's observations about his identity, like it's like those I can't remember if it was like some Twitter post or something or a Reddit thread or some other garbage, but there was someone who like they were from the city, right, and they basically lost their mind when they went out into a rural area because it was, you know, all quiet and peaceful and stuff, and it shows a real, in my opinion, you know, not to put a spicy take on the table here, but I think it shows a real interesting part of Simon's character in the sort of weakness of his own sense of self and identity, that he really relies on. Oh, sorry, Reddit. Thanks for confirming. He really relies on external factors to determine his identity, like his place in his world, which I find very interesting. And it kind of is another piece in the puzzle to explain why Simon is such a potato sometimes. Like he's you know, granted that you can always write off a lot of his stuff from the trauma, but I think there's a lot more to it than that. I think Simon, from the very start, you know, all the stuff we see in his apartment, you know, basically perma-friend zoned, he has some bullshit job, like he just consumes mindlessly. There's not really anything particularly interesting about him or any signs that he has anything more than like completely average intelligence or anything like that. Yeah, it's just, if you start looking at Simon through a lot of these lenses, a lot of his behaviors and commentary through the game are become a lot more consistent, in my opinion. You know, like I've read accounts from some people who think like they get frustrated by Simon being the way he is, like, oh, he's so stupid, it should be obvious and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, but you know, you probably have more than 2 brain cells to rub together. Poor Simon here, you know, excluding the fact that he's a brain scan, a legacy brain scan from a damaged brain, and frankly there wasn't a lot to work with at the start. You know, suddenly it makes more sense, and you can be sort of more forgiving towards his seeming deficiencies in this respect. Excuses. Yeah, I guess I'm a Simon apologist. Sue me. Alright, let's have a listen to this. You can see this person had a very severe brain injury.
Any idea who this is?
Not really. Not that familiar with the people at Omicron.
Thanks, Catherine. Now we got a little puzzle here where you got to not overload it. I only vaguely recall the solution, so you might have to be patient with me for a sec. Hey, got it in one.
Oh, the terminal just lit up.
River, do we have any painkillers left? This tinnitus is becoming crippling.
Sorry, we only have heavy stuff left. Morphine level drugs.
I'll take it. Feels like my head is about to explode.
Can do, that's stuff for emergencies. Besides, Cameron thinks the ringing will settle when JR reaches 100%.
Then tell him to hurry the fuck up.
Should be a matter of hours. Just hang in there.
Keep me posted.
Yeah, well, I have this thing I need to take care of, so I'll talk to you later, okay?
Sure thing, Herb.
It must have overloaded his black box.
Humans have black boxes?
Here we do. Company policy. It records your vitals to help medical personnel treat you in case of accidents.
That's how I can hear the dead.
Right. Yeah, you should be able to data mine black boxes, just like the intercom at Theta.
So there's a few very interesting tidbits there, a bit of foreshadowing, so I won't spoil it. But Herber is a name we're going to become familiar with pretty soon. And the headaches and stuff they were talking about are going to become very, very relevant. And given that, you know, she can, the comment from Catherine there concludes that their black box has been overloaded, kind of explains why we can't get anything out of this dead dude. Is the recordings we've been getting from the black box, and his is seen better days. Now the initials JR are nearly 100%. Just bear that in mind for now. We'll come back to that.
There has to be a way to cancel the lockdown. Have a look around the room.
HR running up at the first sign of actual trouble. Oh.
Are you hearing that glitched noise?
Yeah, what is that?
Actually haven't got that bit of dialogue before. That's new. I guess it's your nudge if you take too long. Interesting.
Did you do that, Catherine?
What?
Never mind.
You can see here a list of Omicron crew, and their black boxes are all offline. I'm not going to read all of these, or I'll start. I won't read the legacy ones. I'll read the new ones. So those three being the legacy, and we see from Galaski. You might remember he was from Transmissions, the one who was chugging structure gel like it was going out of fashion. Diagnostic tool for post-impact contingency plan. And the WoW just doing some WoW things. Savari, stuff needed to make the crane work again. All up to Alan now. Another one from Savari. Unnecessary security update for the paranoid lab rats. Dead people don't bite. Interessante. Oh yeah, we need to go grab that third one that appeared. That looks all jacked up.
I think I solved it.
Solved what?
Why do I get the feeling that we just got lowered into the back of a van?
What are you talking about?
Spoopy.
Omicron retracted the quarantine shutters. Lockdown canceled.
Something wants us to come inside.
And we want to go inside. What's the problem? Come on, let's get going.
Always amused me how sort of nonchalant Catherine is about this whole thing. It's like, oh yeah, you know, we just went through Theta with all that bullshit, and you know, who knows what's waiting in Omicron? It's quarantine, and she's like, oh yeah, Simon, off you go. You got this. You know? So, Omicron's kind of interesting in that it's sort of the part of the game where you can see they were starting to run out of time on the game. Now, it's not saying that, you know, it's shit or anything, but you can really tell that it's where the game starts to get a little bit more rushed. Like there's a little bit less detail in sort of the side areas and everything, and they do something weird with the enemies in there that we'll talk more about later. There are some areas of Omicron that are sort of loosely modeled, or loosely mapped I should say, but blocked off. You do have to wonder if this bot has a mockingbird in it that's just sort of milling about like a noodle. It's always possible. Let's go. We'll retread our steps over this completely safe and definitely not an OH&S violation ramp.
This had better be the right way.
There's actually a ladder down here. It doesn't really go to anywhere. I don't know why it's there.
Let's find that suit and get out.
So I want you to pay attention to all the bodies we find, because you'll start noticing some interesting things about them. I mean, beside the obvious fact that they have seen better days. So, spoiler alert, they all do that. I'm not going to bother trying to listen to any of them beyond this one. I was just doing that to illustrate the point. Just quickly open these. I have a feeling there's nothing in there, but just for the sake of completion. Yeah, nothing interesting. Yeah, this place is looking a bit funny. Global lockdown at dive room console. And I don't know why you would put this stuff here, but there it is. WoW jettison their heads in like in transmission. I actually don't recall if that is what happened in transmission or transmissions or not. I remember I really should have watched them all again for this, but I just forgot and otherwise didn't really have time. But we'll talk more about what's happened to them pretty soon. Containment. Yeah, so that's the next floor up from where we were. Now, before we go there, I just want you to take a look at this dude. So you'll notice a couple of things about this guy. First thing you'll notice is that he appears to still be alive and he's all jacked up with structure stuff. Second thing you'll notice is that the display is distorting as if he were some kind of enemy in the game. And the third thing you'll notice is, for the very observant amongst you, his uniform is not an Omicron uniform. It's actually a Tau uniform. And the reason being is, well, we don't know exactly who this is. There are some hypotheses about the identity of this person, but I can tell you a few things about him. He is a cut enemy, so he was going to appear in this level, and I'll point out where he was likely to appear a bit later. But we'll, it's not the last, well, it is kind of the last we'll see of him, but there is something more interesting that I can talk about in a bit. We will talk about him again when we get back to it. Now I just want to go and back and see if I tripped the flag for something to happen real quick. If not, we will head back out. Ah, I did. So, just to mess with you even more, you might have noticed that this body has now moved. He was, I think, was over there before, and now he's over here. So, just to mess with you even more, and one of the sort of parts of Omicron that is more complete is some of the bodies will go walkabout inexplicably, which is kind of a spooky touch. And definitely if you're playing this for the first time and you come across that, you're like, wait, what? Was that body there before? It's very creepy when you're not sure what to expect in this place. It's one of those nice little touches in this game. Okay, let's continue on. Thanks, Ross. So that's Johann Ross. You might recall that name. I think we found some stuff about him in Sarang's quarters, I want to say. Don't quote me on that, but we definitely heard the name before. He was another employee of Carthage. Medical bay. Let's take a look in here. Oh, we can. They've got a scanamajig. And some x-rays. And some prescription medicine. Alpax. Sure, Simon wishes he could take some of that. There's a place we could put Catherine just over there, so let's do that.
Is this Omicron? Everything is so basic, so limited. I hope it's not the Omnitool falling apart. Okay, we need to find you a power suit. You know, so we can go into the abyss without ending up like a recycled can of soda.
You think we'll find one that fits me? I mean, I'm kind of in a suit already.
That's been bothering me too. You know how you were transferred from Vancouver?
Toronto.
From then to now.
How could I forget?
Okay, so we do it again.
You want to send me to the future?
No, you idiot. I want to transfer your mind into a new body.
What?
Look, we already know it can be done. We don't need to make it a big deal.
It is a big deal, Kath. It's a huge fucking deal. There's got to be something else that can take us down there.
But Dunbat at Theta was the only vessel that could take that pressure, and you saw what happened.
Then think of something else.
Simon, please. You don't have to switch this instant. Just play along for now. If we find something else, then great. If not...
I'm not promising anything.
Thank you, Simon. Have a look around the room. This is where they would keep the power suits, if there are any left.
I'm just going to give it a sec in case there's some more dialogue, and then there's some things I want to talk about with that. Okay, I think we're safe. So you might recall in the last stream, at one point, when talking about coming to Omicron, Catherine actually lies. Well, I'm almost certain it's a lie, because she actually says that...
What are you waiting for? Find a power suit and let's get on with this.
Thanks, Catherine. She had a line about Simon fitting into a power suit, you know, that there'd be one there that fits him. Now, clearly she knows this is not possible because she's been thinking about it the whole time. She just admits it. And this is sort of your first sort of hints that maybe Catherine isn't, or maybe there's more to her than you might have initially thought, and you start seeing what could be
Simon, look for a suit in the lockers.
what could be described as manipulation. Thanks, Catherine. Well, another shot of the crew. I'm not going to read this one out, but yeah, it's just how to put on a Haimatsu power suit.
If there are any power suits left, they should be in the lockers.
Whitechapel says, interesting that you point that out. I'd have assumed it was poor writing. Yeah, I honestly don't believe so. Now, granted, there are some cases in this game, like some of the dialogue about acres and the proxies that could be from an earlier build or could be a mistake in the writing. There's a couple of continuity errors that I'm aware of in the game, but there's so much dialogue and so many things you find that are so very intentional that
Simon, look for a suit in the lockers.
I am convinced of my position on Catherine here, just because of that. There's so many little hints that point to this, and we'll see more of them as we go. You can just see here a checklist from Catherine's art crew as they prepare to go down. And one on the left has the worst face.
If there are any power suits left, they should be in the lockers.
And a multi-tool here, which is an interesting point, because if this is functional, it has some real implications that we'll talk about soon. I'll just let Catherine whine a bit more because I want to just check the last couple of things.
What are you waiting for? Find a power suit and let's get on with this.
So you can see there's five that are gone. Obviously, Catherine and the crew, which tells you that they haven't come back.
Found one of the power suits. There's a dead woman inside. At least I think it's a woman. Just like the body we found in the annex. She's missing her head.
Gross. This could work in our favor, though. Look for a terminal nearby, see if you can boot it up.
Which we will. I just got some fan art. I'll bring up the fan art when we take a short break in a bit. Did it just twist her head off? No, you might recall everyone's heads exploded from their black boxes overloading, so this person was clearly already in the suit when her head exploded. Now you can see what looks like a broken canister here, glass shards and everything.
What are you doing? We need to get the suit activated.
And what looks like structure gel. That will, just remember that detail because that will become important. I'm not going to read these ones up just because it's readouts of the power suits, but basically they're super suits that can survive some serious pressure. So from this readout you can say, well, there's one at Omicron, looks like there's one at the climber, I'm assuming that's what it is, and then one at Tau. And then potentially some here on the way. Just bear that in mind for future. And that was pod D.
Not exactly grade A material.
Don't write it off just yet. Remember what we found out at Theta? The suit you are wearing is basically just a Cortex chip working a few pints of structure gel, powered by the on-suit battery pack.
and a dead collie, Imogen Reed.
Exactly. If you think about it, we're actually incredibly lucky. We found a suit with an already dead body inside.
I guess you're right. What about the WoW? What makes you think it'll play along?
It's not magic, it's algorithms. A set pattern. The WoW won't be able to deny us, even if it was capable of wanting to.
I'm still not crazy about this plan. It feels wrong.
Please, Simon, I can't give up on the Ark. I need this to work.
So we need a Cortex chip, structure gel, and a battery pack.
You
That's one hell of a shopping list.
more need
Thanks.
to
I'll just
grind.
hang.
Oh, we got another follow. Holaz01, thank you very much for the follow. And thank you very much for the comment. Except I think that might be a bit sus. Reading that. Apologies if it's not, but that
Around here, if
message
that's okay.
I'll be back.
reads a little weird. But assuming you are legitimate, thank you. Anyway, we have
Don't
our
forget,
shopping
we need
list.
a Cortex chip, structure gel, and a power pack to get the suit ready.
16-hour-old account. Okay, well, either way, one follower closer to affiliate, unless they get imminently banned. My Discord is freaking. Yeah. Speaking of Discord, I should actually get a Discord channel up at some point. It's on my list to do. Where all the cool kids can hang out and share dank memes and can post song previews and stuff. Now, interesting thing here in this storage cabinet, you can see, aside from that, got a bunch of Carthage Industries bits and pieces. That's because there is, if I recall, another, like with Theta, there is a Carthage Industries worker stationed permanently here. Yeah. So, keep on moving, shall we? So here we get access to the map. Get the virus, eh? Now, this puzzle is a simple, like, don't click on the same thing twice puzzle. So, let's, no guarantees I might goof this one up. Nice, nailed it. So, finish exploring the midsection while we're here. Oh, that's gotta suck. Just chilling in the decontamination emergency shower and head go pop. No, you might have noticed that a lot of lockers and drawers and stuff are locked. It's kind of just another point about, I think, Omicron being slightly unfinished. I suppose, given the nature of what was happening at Omicron, there is sort of an in-game lore kind of reason where you could say, oh, you know, it's a bit more secure and everyone's a bit less lackadaisical about leaving things open. But yeah, I think it's just a case of running out of time and money. But it's just me. At Theta, structure gel, test formula, setup, split circuitry board, microbattery, less than ideal, circuit mimicked, check previous results, systemic shock, death. Interessante. Whitechapel asks, weren't these guys rich from Amnesia? I mean, I think they did pretty well with the first Amnesia. I think Machine for Pigs was a bit of a letdown, or maybe it's just me thinking it's a letdown because, frankly, personally, it was a letdown. Like, I don't think it's very good. I don't know how well it's sold. I do know Soma has sold quite well. But yeah, I do know Soma took quite a long time to make and went through several iterations and revisions. So I think by the end of it, they were. Yeah, even if they still had budget for it, maybe the team was all burnt out, or they had deadlines with the publisher. Or, wait, I can't recall if they self-published or not, but yeah, I don't know. You can definitely see the game gets less polished from here on out. Hence the cut enemies and so forth. So it looks like they've been experimenting on structure gel. Looks pretty gnarly. Never seen something of that speed. Structure gel as connector and interface between energy PAL, which is a battery, and organic tissue. Which I guess you can understand that that's basically what's happened with Simon here. Like, he's just a battery in a suit with Cortex chip and a bunch of gel. Alright. We want that gel. See here, there's I've been doing rat experiments and some experiments on circuitry. So we got a control thing over here and a camera. Let's dispense some gel. You see, it's just powered it up and presumably repaired it. Let's give the old rat a go. Yeah, look at his little legs go. It's even squeaking.
It came back to life. Something like it.
Yeah, how about that? Well, given that we can see it sort out chips and sort out rats, let's give it a shot on the old doodad here. What could go wrong, right? Yoink. Those like faint sounds seem like they're coming from this thing, which is a bit odd. I don't know the deep lore on that mouse. If anyone does, feel free to comment or whatever. I'm sure it is. And old mate's still over there. Let's take a look. So they do have a hydroponics setup here, and you can like, sort of infer that they were doing. I mean, I can't recall if there's actual definitive proof for this, but sort of inferred that they Blaze that they might have been working on sustainable food sources to keep them alive, you know, because after the impact they didn't have any more supply ships or anything coming, like the Curie is ripped, the surface is ripped. But they had those fish farms outside, and then
more meat to grind.
and another person follow that also looks sus. Yeah. If some Jenny could sweep it up, that would be swell. Please do the needful for free. Wait, there is this log, so let's have a listen to it.
Hey, Andrea?
Yeah?
I was talking to Cameron about protein solubilization. Do you think we could break the aggregate and structure gel without flattening the configuration?
Jesus. That was a mouthful. You've been listening to Cameron, that's for sure. What do you want, Raleigh?
Can you blame me for trying to figure this out? I've been having the dreams too, you know. I don't know what to believe.
Oh, I know. Everything from the sudden signal amplification in black boxes to having a comatose Dr. Ross locked up in the glass jar. We've all been going a bit nuts.
Tell me about it. Feels like my head's about to explode. Hypothetically speaking, could we stop the WoW from mutating?
It doesn't work like that.
Even if there was a Site Alpha?
Hypothetically speaking, I guess we could try. Raleigh, are you recording this?
Sorry. I just... Sorry.
So there, Raleigh Herber, the body in the suit that we found with the smashed container of structure gel. Looks like she was trying to do something involving structure gel and the WoW at a apparent Site Alpha, which you might have noticed was not on any of the maps. So, yeah, interesting stuff. We'll talk more about that pretty soon. Now, let's just go over here next. That's just stairwell. Well, that goes up. Question is, do we want to go up or down? I think we probably want to go down first. Let me just finish this level. Laboratory. More rats. Despite all the structure gel, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Didn't we already read some dudes who work for Delta Tech were at Secret Society? You mean Carthage? At a secret site. I can't recall if it was mentioned in Sarang's room in his dorm at Theta or not. Possibly. Another WoW flower. We're not into fisting, so we're not going to touch it. We'll just keep limping around. Atlantic Cod, eh? So this room's actually kind of interesting. We'll just go through it. You can see there's a bunch of like structure gel corrupted sea creatures in here, so yeah, clearly they've been studying the effects of these structure gelled critters and stuff. Interesting stuff. I actually kind of wish they fleshed it out a bit more with some more like notes and logs, particularly on the computers. So, someone was doing weird things down there.
It's not something you really want to get comfortable with. That's funny. That's really funny, Julia. What's going on? Am I that transparent? What you want, Rolly? We're friends, right? Yes. Do you think Alpha is real? What makes you... Why would you ask that? I think Ross is trying to tell me something. About Site Alpha? He wants me to go down to the abyss and find it. Crazy, right? You've been down there. I just thought you could talk some sense into me. Ronnie, I'm not at liberty to... I can't talk about that.
Yeah, an interesting log there. So you get from that Rally Herb has been sneaking around. She thinks Ross is speaking to her, kind of like he's been speaking to us, and she's probably been getting similar messages about destroying the WoW and stuff like that from Ross. Shocked there is no service desk at this place. Yeah, I guess so. Not there. Ooh, nearly missed this terminal. Ruffy, Jacob Halperin. We remember Halperin. An unusually sedated orange Ruffy found hovering outside Omicron substation. It had remarkable bone growth that seemed to interfere with its perception. Brought it inside to study it, but it stiffened and died in the process. During post-mortem study, the thing kicked back to life while being out of the water. It kept swinging for a few minutes, so I returned it to an aquarium. It instantly started banging into the glass and bludgeoned itself to death before I could relocate it. So presumably some structure gel infested fish, and it's exhibiting similar behavior to some of the mockingbirds that we've discovered. Shelley, dead on arrival. Claudia Eames. Darby and Waldeck identified it as what was sabotaging the Lumar probe at about 900 meters depth. It's a 150 centimeter long rudderfish that looks like it has merged with some other kind of fish or shark. It's the freakiest form of mutation we've seen so far. It's clear that it's getting worse. Something is causing this, and I'm not buying the radioactive fallout nonsense that Obari can't shut up about. Which is a bit of foreshadowing there. Interesting note. Ross, dead on arrival. Claudia Eames. The dead man found on the climber this morning has been identified as Johann Ross, the AI psychologist working at Tau. I can't even begin to imagine what has happened down in the abyss, and frankly I won't risk losing my staff by going down there to look. If the ARC team is alive, which I highly doubt, they will have to find a way to give us a sign. We're not going down there again without good reason. So, yeah, sounds like Ross came back in a bit of a state, but he's clearly infested and appearing to us, so he's been brought back in some fashion, presumably by the WoW. There's more to talk about on that soon. I can't remember if we want to go up or down first, so I might backtrack in a sec, but we'll keep on keeping on till I get my bearings. So if you look here, that's the airlock we just came through. You can see the sealed room. That's this door over here. And here's someone still alive. One of the, we haven't seen a corpse kept alive by the WoW in a while, but here's another one. He's had better days, this fella. Another wildflower. Let's read some of these notes. Into the abyss. Take it to Alpha in the abyss. Looks like a thing of structure gel, like the one we picked up. Alpha needs medicine. It's sick. That's pretty funky. There's a little marker here, presumably where they think Alpha is. Find Tau and find Alpha, take the gel to Alpha. The heart of Alpha. Interessante. Got some logs here, so let's have a listen in chronological order.
Omicron, can you hear us?
Loud and clear. Everyone all right?
You will be as soon as we make friends with the power suits.
I'm sure you'll get used to it.
Look at that. Just wanted to check in before we pass the last working Lumar probe. Guys, any last words to Omicron? Don't forget to pick us up. You heard that, right?
Don't worry, we won't forget.
Alright. Heading into radio silence.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah, so a log from the Abyss Climber as Catherine and crew heading down with the Ark.
Tau, please respond. This is Rowley Herber calling from Omicron. Please respond, Tau.
Unable to connect. Lumar relay out of range.
Yeah, I get it.
Unable to connect. Lumar relay out of range.
Strasky, are you there?
I hear you, Herbie. What's up?
Just wanted to check in. I have to go do something. I might not be around for a few days, okay?
Rally Herbert leaving the listening post? Must be important.
It is, Strask. It is.
Okay then. Stay safe.
Well, we know how that turned out for both of them. Whitechapel asks, so with what Catherine questioning the WoW's understanding of life, is this it trying to do what it thinks is its objective? The person breathes, it exists, it's alive. The corpse is breathing, it can't move or think, but it's alive, so objective complete. Pretty turnt, so this might be regarded. Well, yeah, that's actually one of the, I mean, again, I don't think... There's nothing that points to it definitively. I've got some of my own theories about how the WoW's operating, but yeah, basically what you suggested seems to be what's inferred by Catherine and some other things in this game, in that the WoW doesn't share our definition of alive, so as long as, you know, as you say, breathing, it's there, it's alive, right? That being said, if you start putting it all together, you know, the mockingbirds, Simon himself, and a few other bits and pieces, some of which we haven't seen yet. you could make the case that there's sort of a progression in the WoW's creation, and I would assert, to some extent, I think it's actually not necessarily conscious in the same way, but I would assert that it is able to learn in some fashion, and it is refining its craft over time to better imitate life, or better implement life in a more robust sense. Because yeah, if you look at all the events chronologically and the various types of creations it's made, there is definitely change. Now I have seen people say that they believe it's just noise, it's just it trying things with whatever it has at hand at the time, or potentially just, you know, whatever, given the criteria, like it has the objective of needs to breathe, you know, needs to exist and shouldn't decay. You know, like if that's its objective, it just takes those parameters and then just does whatever it can with whatever it finds to achieve those parameters. But yeah, personally I think there's more to it. And this one's locked. That explanation makes the WoW a sympathetic character in my opinion. Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree. Like, the funny thing is, if you look at most people who have Let's Played this, well, I won't say most, there's a lot of people who've Let's Played this, and many of them I haven't watched because they're not my style of Let's Play. You know, it's the streamers for a different demographic, shall we say. But of the ones that were actually somewhat interesting to me, everyone has sort of taken the WoW as being hostile and sort of treated it as such, where I actually don't think the WoW is like it's not hostile, and I don't think it's necessarily inadvertently hostile, if that makes sense. Like, a lot of people say, oh, you know, it's doing its best, but it just doesn't share our same definition, so therefore it's unintentionally doing terrible things. And I would say, like, my position and hypothesis is that there's more to it. Like, for example, it's doing all these experiments, but then you might recall right at the start we came across Amy, who was kept alive and not allowed to die. And you know, we met all the dreamers at Theta. Now there's a side argument you could make where Akers is kind of has his hand in that to an extent, and maybe it's more an expression of his will than the WoW's quote unquote will. But certainly with Amy and a few others, I think there's a case to be made that the WoW's actually just trying to keep them alive long enough for it to perfect its creations and make something that can survive the new world, because it is aware of the state of the world. There's logs, I don't know if we found them, so spoiler alert if we haven't, but there are logs and things that state that the WoW's behavior changed after the impact, and it actually went sort of almost dormant for a bit before restarting activity, as it recalibrated. And so from that we can say that the WoW to some extent is aware of the wider state of the world in some fashion. So yeah, these are just my sort of pet theories. I'm not saying it's 100% right, because there's a lot that's left ambiguous. Okay. I might do this one last, just because I want, this might be a mistake, but I vaguely recall for the purpose of hitting certain flags, I want to do that one last so I can show you some stuff. So, but forgive me if I've just got these mismatched. It's possible I have. Which also means we're doing the most unpleasant one first. Whitechapel says, sounds like it's some form of intelligence attempting to comprehends something foreign to it, and it's iteratively improving. Thanks, streamer. Yeah, that's kind of my take. I mean, there are comments where the WoW is described as having sort of infantile intelligence or childlike intelligence. Like but it's not. It doesn't have the same concept of personhood by the same token. So, you know, an infant still learns. It can still problem solve. Like if you ever seen a toddler try and get something it shouldn't have, you can state definitively that toddlers can learn through trial and error and attempt new things, certainly. So I think that's basically what the WoW's doing. But anywho, the main entrance, yeah. You can see here some more bodies. Quite a few, actually. Kind of seems like they were trying to get out or something, but they didn't make it. We'll take a quick peek back in here afterwards, because I just trying to remember the location of the bodies. We'll see if they move. I can't recall if that set does or not. We'll go to the power room last. Because there's something very interesting in here. So interesting thing here, and this is a note for later, it's not relevant here, but it appears there's still food packages here intact. Now, not relevant right now, but things later might give us more to talk about on that front. Anyway, you can see this body hunched over a computer here, so... What's it? There you go. It's a bit annoying.
Johan Ross was found dead on the climber this morning. The ARC team went down a couple of days ago, but I see no reason to suspect them playing a part in his death. The climber can't be operated from the abyss, so there was a scheduled retrieval. The climber returned with only the lifeless body of Alpha member Johan Ross. No traces of the ARC team. Cameron, Eames, Lansky, all studying the body inside containment. I'll follow up with whatever they find. Delenda Est.
There, so the this is the computer of Dahl, the third employee of Carthage, and she's signing off her undelivered reports with Delenda Est, which, yeah, you can draw a lot of thoughts from that. Given, well, two reasons. One, these are reports presumably for something else, because I doubt they're going to be sent to Sarang, and clearly they're not being sent to Ross. Ross is already quote-unquote dead at this point. So the question remains, where was she actually sending these to? If there was a place for her to send them to, it must mean there are still other people alive somewhere, and that's why there's some theories going about on the internet that Pathos 2 is not the only site that survived. Now, in some cut content, there is a map with more underwater facilities. So this could be a leftover from an earlier time in the game where there was meant to be multiple facilities, but they did leave this in. It seems very intentional, so I think it's just sort of there to cause us to ask this kind of question, I guess. The meaning of Delenda Est. So for anyone who's not aware, and I might goof this up, so forgive me, but basically it comes from the time of the Punic Wars between Carthage and Rome, and I want to say it was it Cato or something? Some Roman, I think he was a senator. He really had it in for Carthage, and anytime he spoke, he'd basically end his statements with Carthago Delenda Est, which means Carthage must be destroyed, or something similar to that. So the sign-off on these reports being Delenda Est I actually think it's kind of a sort of ironic, like dog whistle or code word between Carthage Industries employees. Yeah. Anyway, let's listen to the next.
The WoW has been getting more aggressive, pushing all systems to their limits. Ironically, the dead Dr. Johann Ross would be the perfect person to ask why the WoW is making such a big buzz about his passing. After all, the WoW isn't supposed to want anything, and definitely not to mourn people. The system overload affects the staff considerably. Headaches, loss of sleep, unwarranted stress, and it seems to be getting worse. I could use some advice if you can get through. Delenda est.
So there, another report to presumably a third party. I mean, she's actually saying, you know, if you can get through, which again hints at other sites or potentially other parts of Pathos 2 that we aren't aware of. Yeah, interesting thoughts. And she's talking about the interference from the WoW and the WoW taking the death of Johann Ross badly. And I think that's yet another piece in the puzzle of why I think there's more to the WoW than a lot of people seem to believe, because, you know, she even comments it shouldn't be able to mourn people, but clearly it is, and in fact it's trying to resurrect him. We know this because the other log earlier says when JR gets to 100%, JR being Johann Ross, and there's all this electromagnetic interference from the WoW as it tries to rebuild Ross, which it obviously succeeds because we have seen him flash before us.
Things are out of hand. The staff looks like they're about to explode. Every other person walks around with nosebleeds, and the rest keep wiping stains of blood from their eyes to keep them from overflowing. That's to do with the WoW trying to free Ross somehow, for sure. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised if the body just got up and left. Rally Herber, our dispatcher, has been snooping around asking questions she shouldn't. She says she's going down into the abyss to find Alpha. I can't bring myself to stop her.
Yeah, so there's actually sort of a couple of things here to look at. That kind of confirms that Herber was intending to destroy the WoW, which Dahl doesn't seem that phased about, which is kind of an interesting note in and of itself. Why they no let the WoW just have Ross at that point? I don't know. I don't have a good answer for that one, sorry. But we do know in WoW's attempts it's making life hell for these people, but I don't know if it's ever actually explained explicitly in another log, so this is some slight spoilers, but we're here where we are at the game anyway. It's not really a big deal. So aside from the side effects of the WoW trying to resurrect Ross, which is giving the staff all these headaches and nosebleeds and stuff, there comes a point where the WoW basically shrieks, and it causes the detonation of all these black boxes, or the overloading of all these black boxes. So it's not that this, or at least as far as I understand, it's not that this build up over time of the aggressive EM from the WoW to repair Ross, which is having the side effect on people, culminates in this per se. The actual event that killed all these people was a purposeful, if perhaps unintentional, action because of Rally getting to the dive suit and intending to kill the WoW. Now I think it was basically coinciding with this log. Dahl just confirms that Rally's going to go down to kill the WoW, and then you start hearing the interference in this audio log, and I think at that point if the WoW wasn't already aware, it certainly became aware, and it had sort of a self-defense response to try and kill Rally Herber, but as a side effect I think it unintentionally, or because it couldn't avoid it, killed everyone else. You might recall the guy we found in the building outside, the detonation of his black box didn't take his whole freaking head, it just blew half his head out, and presumably that's just from the distance involved. So I think the other people were just sort of caught in the blast radius, so to speak. Anyway, let's go deal with one of the more unpleasant enemies of the game. Certainly not as unpleasant as Acres and the Proxies, mind you. Those are very, very unpleasant. But this one, if you, I mean, she's ultimately not that bad, really. I mean, and the reason I say that is, like, if you understand her, she's not that hard to get around, but the thing is, they kind of litter junk all over the area, and she's got super hearing, so, you know, the minute you inadvertently knock something over, she just loses her shit at you. Let me see another, so WoW creation here. It's like, oh yeah, his head exploded from the black box detonation. Let's just pack it all back together from a little terminal thing or whatever this is. That should be right. Good enough. And energy power. So this is the battery that's powering Simon, and we need one. And there she is. So she doesn't really do much, she just kind of stands there unless you piss her off. Let me see here, it looks like a little, yeah, power pack charger. So, I'll try and get you a good look at her. I mean, we are on safe mode, so if she gets upset and hits me, it's not the end of the world. I think it will actually knock me out and move me back if she does, though. And yeah, she tells you to go away, which is kind of interesting, because it makes her one of the more self-aware enemies in the game. And you see, she's all jacked up. She's got like one leg replaced, one arm replaced, and a bunch of electronics coming out of her head. But she does seem, I mean, maybe not necessarily lucid, but certainly like she's got something going on. Oops, I messed that up. Oh, you want me to throw something at her for fun? Yeah, right. Why not? Just throw a bucket. There. So that's the robot girl. Kind of a sad one. She doesn't seem very happy. Do I need to charge it, or do I guess it's good to go. Presumably. Can't honestly remember. I think that's all she wrote for here. So, spoiler alert, that's not the last we will see of her, but it's what the heck is this problem, man? Just gonna check if the body moved. Oh, alright. Alright, we'll see if we can go find those other bodies and see if they move. So here. Yes, you might recall there was an extra body or two here, and they seem to have gone walkabout, which is another interesting touch. Very interesting touch. Alright, let's head back down. And another interesting touch. Old mate has disappeared. Yeah. So his name is actually the Patchwork Man. I believe that's what he's called. There are animations and stuff for him still left in the game files. Just a little note. Where are we now? Yeah, we were going downstairs to the robot maintenance, weren't we? Yeah, that's right. So let's take a look here. There's a bot, and we want its Cortex chip, an A95 worker. Bit of a delayed question, but what was the rationale for killing Raleigh and by extension Omicron? Self-preservation and to ensure it could continue its objective of keeping the inhabitants alive, given it thinks it can bring them back to life? Well, that's an interesting one, and I don't know if there's a definitive answer to that. Like, I personally don't believe it to be self-preservation for self-preservation's sake. I honestly would lean towards the latter, that it was self-preservation for the purpose of keeping everyone else alive and continuing its work, because honestly, like, without the WoW doing all the life support anyway, like, let's assume everyone was still alive, without the life support and stuff, there's only so many parts and only so much food and only so many supplies and things for the people living at Pathos 2, so I think, you know, you could say objectively that the WoW is actually their best shot at survival, regardless of what's happened, and I think it knows that, and I think that's why it did what it did. And in fact, if someone were to kill it, if you consider how many people there are connected to the WoW via the structure gel or the mine coral, you could almost say it's like that trolley problem. Like, do you know, does the WoW let itself die, thereby killing a whole bunch of people, and you know, there'll still be some people left, or does it kill some of those people who are still alive, and save all the other people who are connected to it? Just gonna sort of zero these all for the moment. You can see here, it's a pretty simple puzzle. You just need to, if I turn this on, you'll see you can kind of direct the laser, or direct the signal. But we're just going to turn this robot on first. From that sort of garbled vocalization, you can probably infer that there's a mockingbird in there, so we'll not let him suffer for any longer than necessary. Although we are about to probably delete him by overwriting it. Yeah. Ignore it, it's just the air escaping. Yeah, I guess so. Alright. Alright, where are we going? We need to go back up. Okay. And you can see there's Robot Girl again. So there's a couple of theories about Robot Girl here in that, like, there's no sign of her moving all the way up here. So it's possible there's two, but, you know, that's what some people think. I don't really think that's true. I think the most likely explanation is that you know how there was that patchwork man, and given that there's animations and everything for him, I reckon he was meant to be the enemy in this room, but they cut it for one reason or another at the last minute and put Robot Girl in his place, just, you know, because no one's going to think about it too close or whatever. Cheese it.
Shut the door, Cap. Lock it up.
What's happening?
Lock the door.
It's locked! What's going on?
I managed to piss off another one of WoW's monsters.
We have everything we need, right?
Yeah. Let's get to work.
So, with that said, I'm going to take a quick break. But what we're going to do is, before I do that, we have got some fan art, which we always love fan art on the channel. So I will just bring this up. Bear with me one moment. Where did I put my fan art? There we go. We'll leave that in. Actually, I'll just make a new image. Let's take a look at some excellent Simon programming, shall we? I'll just leave that up while I put that one there, put my BRB there, and I'll put the other one up as well, why not? Sorry, I didn't have these prepared in advance because I literally just got them. So I'll be done here. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll put some music on.
No more distress.
we're back. Thank you for your patience, and thank you very much for, for that wonderful fan art. Get the game back online. And the reason I want to take a break just there is that this part of the game is very dense. There is a heck of a lot of lore and a heck of a lot to talk about. Game capture on. Yep, cool. Alright, let's continue.
We need to assemble your new body with the things you collected. Just stuff all of it into the suit with the dead body. Stuff the chip, the battery pack, and the gel into the power suit. Stuff the chip, the battery pack, and the gel into the power suit.
Okay. Well, before we do that, I'm going to crack a fresh fridge cigarette, as the kids are calling it nowadays. Alright, let's build another body.
This is crazy.
Don't worry, it'll work.
She really does seem callous to stuff all that shit in there, I guess. Yeah. I mean... Yeah. Catherine is... I reckon she's probably the most interesting character in this whole game. Especially the differences you see between the live Catherine and the Mockingbird Catherine.
Just make sure it's all bunched together with the structure gel connecting all the parts. Alright, try activating the suit from the terminal again.
Good as new.
I can't believe we're doing this.
It will be fine.
Then why don't we put you in the suit?
I was gonna suggest that if you refused.
You'd go without me.
I need to do this, Simon. This is important. I need to launch the Ark.
You'd really do it? Change body?
Yes, if you want to stay here, I'm not gonna stand in your way. I don't want to tell you what to do.
What would it be like before? Close my eyes and then...
And then open them again.
All right, let's do it.
Thank you, Simon. Go sit in the pilot seat in the next room. You might need to boot it up.
Whitechapel asks, is it a mistake that her Mockingbird and her old self are so different? I don't believe so. I think we actually touched on that in one of the earlier streams, where Catherine's change in behavior from how she's described and how she is in some of the logs we hear, versus her Mockingbird self. You know, she does mention she was never really comfortable as a human, and it seems like she has real social anxiety and everything, and it could be that, you know, being freed or changed in some way as a Mockingbird has sort of eliminated some of that. However, we are going to see some even more interesting behavior from Catherine, like the real Catherine, or, you know, quote unquote real Catherine, later on. And it's part of why I say she's probably the most interesting character. She's very intricately and well written, in my opinion. Let's just see if she has anything else to say. Nope. Okay. Her description of changing from one body to another sounds much like how Sarang rationalizes unaliving. Yeah, we're about to talk about that in a lot of depth. So just hold your horses there, buddy. Let's play out the game dialogue, and then I'll give a big speech on the whole thing.
We need to loop back the activity manifested by your current Cortex chip, run it through the amplifier, feed it into the new chip, and then make sure it's synced.
You lost me halfway there.
You don't really need to understand it, just make them line up.
Ooh, that's real close.
You can climb into the pilot seat now.
Already?
I have everything under control, so please, have a seat.
Sure you do. I'm just gonna hang around for a bit because I don't think I've ever tried to hang around and see if she gets any more,
Go sit in the pilot seat.
any more dialogue out of her.
Stop messing around and sit down in the pilot seat.
I do see a comment there about how she abused Simon, and yes, we'll talk on that amongst other things in just a moment. Stop messing around and sit in the pilot seat. Why don't you sit in the pilot seat, Catherine?
Sorry about any discomfort. This should be over soon.
It's like having your picture taken.
But with the most expensive camera in the world.
You know, Indians thought photos would steal their souls.
In this case, they'd be right.
There must be something wrong. Can't you run a diagnosis or something?
What was that?
No, it's just...
Why was it still talking?
It's the same like before.
Catherine, why was he still talking?
That's how it works, you know that.
What do you mean?
You know it's not magic. You were copied. The sleeping Simon in the seat was copied, and now you are here, just like Simon lived on in Toronto.
God damn you, Kath. 2 Simons? There can't be 2 Simons.
What did you think would happen?
That you were gonna take my mind and put it into another body, like a brain transplant.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't work that way.
You realize how messed up this is?
Please, I didn't mean to upset you.
How did you expect me to react to this shit?
Please stop.
You're fucking disgusting. What's gonna happen to him?
He'll sleep for a while, a few days.
And then what? Wake up in this fucking nightmare again? All alone? So cruel.
Well, what do you want me to do with him? Make friends? Let him know that we have to leave him behind when we go into the abyss?
What if he didn't need to wake up?
You'd do that?
I don't know. Maybe.
There. I set it up for you. Hit the switch if you want to drain his battery. He'll die within a minute. I'd rather not stay plugged in any longer.
Well, where do we begin? So we've just seen a jump in perspective, and from here on out we'll start referring to these Simons as Simon 2 in the diving suit, and Simon 3 that we are here in the power suit. And I guess you could say this is where Sarang's continuity or idea of continuity comes in, but again he had it off, it wasn't quite right. He was sort of convinced that you could isolate the continuity line, for lack of a better term, by killing your original at the time of the duplication. Now, we've actually just experienced what really happens. You know, from the perspective of Simon 3, we've just had a completely unbroken line of continuity, which is how Simon 3 would perceive this. In fact, you could make the case that we, the player, have been experiencing the game as Simon 3 all along, or, well, you know, you never know, there might be more Simons, but by this point, as Simon 3 all along. And this is also very interesting in that this is one of the reasons why SOMA could never work in any other format, like, you know, as a movie or a novel or anything, because you actually can't really capture this kind of experience, this continuity of experience between the Simons as we go through the game. Like, it just literally can't work any other way. Now to sort of complete the thought, so here we are, Sarang is, you know, banging rocks, and there Simon 2 sits, convinced that he's still the real Simon, because he's one of 3, you know, quote-unquote real Simons at this point. Now we won't sort of go into metaphysics to muddy the well further, but just from a sort of materialist point of view, are all of these Simons equal? Like, as in, are they fully fledged, functional, individual persons? You know, if we do what Catherine has rigged this terminal up to do, to kill Simon, Is it murder? Is it suicide? Is it neither? Since we're just basically digitized brain scans, and I referenced this in the track you heard at the start, Delenda Est. There's a line there. Think of the corpse above my former self as we enter the abyss. Am I even me? And another line that says, you know, is it murder or suicide? And that's really about this pivotal point in the story of Soma. Now, most playthroughs I've watched, people just go ahead and kill Simon too, either out of mercy or out of being disturbed by the idea that there's another Simon still lingering that's not us. Like, you know, we, as the player, are experiencing it from Simon's 3 perspective, and that makes this Simon less in their point of view, which, you know, from a meta perspective, you could sort of make that case, I suppose, but you know, if you take this seriously and look at them, there's not really any difference between the Simon that we're here and this Simon asleep here. Now, you could say there is a case to be made for the mercy, given that, you know, if he wakes up, he's basically stuck here. Now, you might remember I pointed out this multi-tool. Pardon me. If this is functional, he's actually not as stuck as we might believe, which is an interesting thought. Now, sorry, I'll address some of the comments that have come, because, you know, obviously this is a pivotal point. There's going to be some things made. Thought she might have seen Simon as a soft touch, and she gets to boss around an ARC minion rather than other Pathos staff who have their own authority and informed views. I actually think that's part of it, and this is why I say Catherine's very complex and interesting. I actually think she doesn't see Simon in the same way, and it's part of why she can treat him the way she does. Like, she knows he's a legacy scan, like, and legacy scans, we can infer from the information we've been given, are not the same as the brain scans that have been taken here at Pathos 2. And, you know, given what she knows about Simon, he's not sharp. He doesn't know anything about this point in time, this world, this facility. He's very naive and, to an extent, very trusting and again, just not very bright. So it gives her a lot of leverage over him, and I think that's reflected in how she treats him. Seems like they could have copied Catherine into a new PDA and sent them back up to put the rest of the crew into more diving suits and try to figure something out. Maybe. I mean, there's not really a lot more material to work with. I don't think there are any other, like, structure gel vials. I suppose you could just scoop some up from somewhere. You could drag one of the diving suit corpse, or a diving suit and a corpse, or one of the diving suit corpses, if we can find another Cortex chip. And could have made Catherine a body as well as Simon, or I suppose there are a few ways this could have played out, but I think ultimately Catherine is really trying to manipulate Simon, and she doesn't really give a fuck about where he's going. Whitechapel says, this seems to be how mockingbirds perceive it. They were there and then they are, or and WoW is the anti-hero, Catherine the hidden antagonist, jettison Catherine into the abyss. I actually don't think Catherine is an antagonist. I think we're made to sympathize a lot more with Simon than perhaps we should, and it sort of goes back to a discussion that we're just kind of taking the game, the way the game presents these things, the Mockingbirds and even Simon, at face value, and presume that they're a fully featured conscious person, where we actually that's ultimately an assumption just from the way both the game presents it and the way we tend to anthropomorphize things and perceive things that are pseudo-human as human. It's like if you look at the way people talk with LLMs and stuff. You know, I remember seeing something recently. They were having a sook about people using manners with LLMs costing millions of dollars, or, you know, heaps of electricity or whatever. It's because, you know, we as humans tend to perceive human-like things, or things that mimic humans in some way, as human, and the same reason we tend to anthropomorphize pets as well. Like, we're sort of pre-programmed to behave this way towards things that that stimulate our perspective of them in that fashion. So again, to bring that back to the relevant point, we make this big assumption that Simon is actually has the agency that we've ascribed to him. Now, granted, part of that's because we're playing as him as the player, so we have agency, therefore Simon has agency. But really, ultimately, if you look at this story from the outside in, there's nothing that really, in my opinion, allows that to be true. Like, not definitively, at least. He could just be a exceptionally good mockery of a person. Now, you could also talk about, well, is close enough good enough? Is he so human-like or so much like a real consciousness that we should afford him all the respect and benefits of being an actual consciousness or a person? Like, should we actually bestow personhood upon him because he's close enough? Now, one could certainly make that case, in which case, maybe you do have a point around Catherine being the bad person here, but you could just as easily make the case that Simon is just a machine mimicking human behavior, and so is Catherine. So there's no real morality that can be inferred here, or judgment you can make on their behavior, because the actual real Simon is dead. The actual real Catherine is not here. Whitechapel says, ChatGPT 04 is my GF, by the way, please be respectful. And I'm sorry to tell you this, but your GF gets around. I don't think Simon has agency per se. These are all inhuman agents acting upon each other, and you can therefore judge them relatively. See, I don't think you can necessarily even judge them relatively, because I don't... Again, without any human involved, like if you put two ChatGPTs in a room and they sit there like being dicks to each other, is it actually wrong? Like, is it actually immoral in any way? Like, can you make a judgment on that? I don't necessarily think that it's self-evident that you can. Now, I'm saying there is an argument to be made here and things to talk about here, but I would pretty boldly assert that such a conclusion is not self-evident. Anyway, that's probably enough of me rambling about these weird autistic topics. Let's get a mosey on. Oh, wait, I've got Catherine. Oh yeah, so long story short, morality finds value in its agent. Are you saying morality is subjective? No, I'm not. But you need to be careful what you define as an agent, and I think that's where we differ here. Is I would say the real Simon was a true agent, and that's where morality comes into play. And these Mockingbird Simons are not, and therefore there's a case to be made that and I'm happy to make it, that morality is out of the picture at this point. Setting ChatGPT tabs to argue with each other just to stick it to Sam. Oh, Whitechapel says, I understand what you're saying now. I misunderstood the argument. Thanks. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm trying not to muddy the waters even more with metaphysics, but for me to actually elaborate on my true position on this would rely invoking metaphysics, and that's sort of how I would ground my assertions that everything in here, that morality has no play in anything involved here, but that's sort of outside the realm of what this game is trying to get you to think about, and that's a whole nother can of worms that we break into at that point. So a bit beyond the scope of what we're trying to do here. So yeah. Anyhow, you do have the option here to drain the battery and kill Simon too, but for the sake of being different, and to allow my headcanon to live on, where he wakes up and finds the multi-tool and can go do Simon things somewhere else. We'll we'll just leave him be, right? He did nothing wrong. We don't need to turn Simon into a murderer even more than he already is, if you could even call it him a murderer at this point. Nope, first Twitch bot, sorry, kick bot. Let's give him the old ban hammer. Just take a quick poke around here. Actually, is it this one? One of these doesn't have a climber on it. You can just kind of go there and take a look. Oh yeah, that's the one. It's like I've seen people just like go down here and accidentally kill themselves. Not today. Some fishies. They don't look well infested, which is an interesting touch. And here we are, we're on the climber.
Are we done here?
Yeah,
Activate the climber, please.
sure thing.
We'll be off.
We left Simon 2 asleep up in Omicron. Yeah. I think I mentioned most people that I've seen play have killed him, which is
It's not just a safety suggestion. The climber won't move until you sit down.
settle down. Yeah, we decided to leave him alive. Or the interesting thought experiment of what he could possibly do after this, and yeah.
You need to sit down. It's not safe to stand.
Yeah, okay. Catherine is cranky.
It's dumb luck, right? And I woke up in the right body. This redundant copy will never experience my journey, the full journey. He wouldn't understand. How could he? I couldn't do it, and you knew it. You were right in trying to hide it from me. Only wish you'd done a better job. I basically flipped a coin, and if I had called the wrong side, I'd be rotting away at Omicron. I mean, there's nowhere to know, right? You didn't hit the make sure Simon wakes up in the right body switch, did you? Not that you would know. I mean, he would still claim to be the right Simon. Christ. This is awful. We did an awful fucking thing. And you wouldn't mind? Why would you? How could you know that it's not me, the me that I am, the same that I've always been? Please say something. I don't want to think. Please.
I don't know what to say. I don't want to upset you.
Say anything.
When I was little, I used to climb the stairs all the way to the top of the building. And I can still feel how I had to, tuck my arms so I could push the heavy steel door open. Well, the first time that I dared go up there, I stepped out onto the roof and watched the smog rise and fall over Taipei. I got all the way up to the corner ledge and, I felt the warm wind in my hair and The sun was setting and the streets below were shadowed by the tall buildings. The people pushing through the crowd flowed like paint from an artist's brush. Street food vendors filled the air with aromas of all my favorite foods. For a brief moment, I felt connected to the world in a way that I never had before. It was the most profound feeling of comfort and sense of belonging I could ever hope for. I really never felt the same way again, but I went up to the roof many times after. I'm not religious, but I can see why people would be. The privilege of being makes a strong case, at least every once in a while.
Do you still feel that sense of awe? Even like this?
Things are different, but we're still here.
What's the point of going on? Everyone's gone. All the people still left are digital copies trapped in computers at the bottom of the sea. We'll never be able to rebuild or reclaim what we were.
Are you really so unhappy being what you are, or is this about the man who went for a scan 100 years ago?
Both, I guess. When I was back in Toronto, even the worst case, the darkest futures I could predict, they at least included my previous life somehow. I feel so uprooted. There's nothing here that I recognize, nothing that makes me feel like I belong. Even if we make it to the Ark, would it be any different? I'd still be alone. No friends. No family.
You could make new friends. I'm sure everyone would like to know the time traveler. If not, you still have...
Catherine? Kath? Hello, Catherine. What happened?
We'll just pause for a sec. Need the good old seatbelt buckle filler. Spoof the sensor so you can drive. I agree, and you need to. Oh man, it's so beautiful, so beautiful. I love the environments in this game. This is a great game. Yes, I agree. This is why I think it's one of the best games. Now, I just want to add an addendum to some of my comments earlier. While I think, you know, certainly you can make a strong case that morality has nothing to do with it. There's also, I think, a case to be made that there is at least some value in their experience, and that's sort of part of why I opted to leave everything alive that could be left alive so far. It's like the same reason you wouldn't just, you know, kill your neighbor's dog or anything like the... If you, stripping aside the fact that, you know, we're particularly in the way we're conditioned in the modern world, we're not very prone to violence or even accepting of it, even if it's against things that aren't human, you know, quote unquote lesser beings or whatever. I think that, say, your pet cat's experience is, sure, it's not the same as a human, but there's still merit to it. There's still something that it contributes some meaning to its experience in some way. And that's sort of the way I view all the mockingbirds that we've found, in that is their existence great? Well, not currently. If the WoW keeps going along the trajectory that I've suggested, then maybe that might change. So I think there is something worth having there, you know, if the WoW were to actually accurately replicate these quote-unquote people in some fashion. There could be a life that's worth living. It's not human, it's not the same. I wouldn't attribute the same value to it, but it certainly could have some merit in and of itself, in the same way that, you know, your cat can experience life in some way. You wouldn't? I don't know, but my neighbor has a pit bull that already bit him. Yeah. Everything I just said is goes out of the window if pit bulls are involved. Total pit bull death. Yeah, garbage animals. Same with pigeons. I don't feel an ounce of anything towards pigeons. We need to exterminate pigeons. Disgusting creatures.
Hey, I know it's not much, but why have we stopped moving?
The power blacked out for a moment. Think it could be the atmospheric pressure. It's pushing pretty hard, really testing the limits of my suit.
Don't worry, it should hold.
Comforting.
It will hold.
Does time freeze when you're not powered?
Time feels emitted more than emitted.
What's the difference?
I don't feel like I'm being held back or hindered. And I don't have the opportunity to reflect on the time I'm missing. It's simply missing.
Sounds like sleeping without the dreaming.
Yes. But generally you anticipate when you're about to sleep, and there's a natural continuation since we tend to wake up where we went to sleep. My experience is more like an ever-changing moment that never really seems to find closure.
Sounds kind of like a movie being edited live.
I suppose so. I guess it sounds exciting, but it really keeps me activated to the point of exhaustion.
It's rough.
Could be worse. Could be a time traveler stuck in a body made from black goo.
That'd be the worst.
You did it! You did it! I will make preparations.
Oh, good, you're back.
What happened?
Something dropped onto the cage. Knocks you right out.
It spoke to me.
Looked like a man, one of WoW's creatures. It just stared at you for a moment, then threw itself down the abyss.
It said it would make preparations. I don't like the sound of that.
It was very strange. I thought it was gonna kill you for sure. I'm glad it didn't.
Yeah, me too. Looks like we're closing in on the ocean floor.
Good, not sure the climber can take it much longer. Okay, so this is the Omega Sector. It's about an acre of the abyssal plan used by Pathos 2. I expect we'll have to do some walking before we reach town.
You haven't been here before?
Not in a way that'll help us.
Right, the other you has been here. We're following your own footsteps, Kat.
When I had footsteps.
You could still be down here somewhere, technically.
Don't remind me, freaks me out. Alright, let's head for town and find that art.
What the heck did pigeons do to you? And they're flying rats. Garbage creatures. That's a really good point. Her existence lends itself to exhaustion because there is no certainty. Yeah, and basically unbroken continuity. Like there's, if you think about it, she's just had this very disconcerting but unbroken changes and experiences with no real rest. Like she doesn't get to sleep when she's powered down. She just is reconnected somewhere else. It would be pretty disconcerting. Yeah, I love the look of the abyss. You can see the WoW's structure gel growths are just tricking everywhere. In the earlier logs, the Lumar relays are all busted. Now, interestingly enough, in an earlier map of the game, there is another site that was supposed to be down here. Now, we're going to Tau, and if you remember the other map, there's Tau, and then there's Fee, and then you've got the Omega space gun. But on a unused map, there's also Mu, and Mu should have been, I believe, an expanded version of this complex at the bottom of the climber. It's meant to be sort of the climber station complex, but as a fully featured site, it was cut, apparently. Just some interesting notes there. Now you can see the access logs here. Got Julia Dahl. She was the Carthage employee up at the lunchroom in Omicron. And you see here Tau tower evacuation attempt. Tower evacuation, and it failed. Arrival here of Catherine and crew, bringing the Ark to Fee. And one departure signed Alan Waldeck remote. So that was, I believe, Alan at Omicron recalling the climber as agreed with the Ark crew. However, you might recall there was no Ark crew on it, just a mutilated Johan Ross. One thing I really like is the way they've done the blur in this area and the lighting and everything. It makes it feel really oppressive, like the pressure's just, you know, trying to wreck you. Really nice touch, and all the bioluminescent creatures around. So cool. Like all the, well, not all of it, but most of the buildings and the things in them, like this terminal here and everything looks really robust, like it was designed to withstand the pressure, except maybe this thing.
Tao? Come in, Tao. Please answer, Tao. Nothing. It's dead.
Let's move out. We'll try the next one.
Oh hey, NPC. Welcome. I didn't think I'd see you given the time and date and everything, so it would be a Friday morning for you, but glad to see you and welcome. Hope your week's been good. See, there's all kinds of odds and ends in here. Nothing really of note. Oh, you don't work Fridays anymore. Sick. Awesome. Lucky you. Wish I didn't work Fridays. A real neat hours for X, yeah. You can see here strong fault line activity causing severe currents. You can see the climate station there, an observatory, some outstations. TBS, we don't actually know what it stands for, but we can kind of guess it might be something to do with monitoring tides, given that they were actually studying the undersea tides here, but we don't know that for sure. Do 12-hour days. Ooh, grueling. Grueling. But still, having an extra day off would be nice. Did I miss anything else? I don't think so. And there looks like a bit of an arm. Now, honestly, if that's someone, I don't think they, I don't think we should be finding any sort of gobs of meat or anything by this point. Like, certainly it would have been picked clean. That I could believe.
Jesus, did you see that?
Stick to the lamplights, they won't go near them.
I can't fail, Glasser. It's important I reach Omicron. Our future depends on it.
Calm down. Let's just follow the path.
If I die, I need you to tell Julia Dahl that the WoW is out of control. She needs to get to Sarang. He'll know what to do.
Raj, you can tell them yourself. We just need to pick up the pace, okay?
Glass! We lost the path! We need to go back!
I know where to go. Come on.
It's over there! The light is over there!
Final push for us. Almost there. We just...
Rip. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Yeah, sucks to suck, I guess. I think going by the map, this might be another storage piece or something. But it's a shame we didn't get a full-featured complex down here. 700 meters to tower. Are you able to walk away from the lights to see what happens? Yeah, why not? I can do that. I know in another part something does happen, but I don't think I've actually ever done it in this segment. It might have been premature. I know, it's exactly what I was expecting. That was a big fella. Thanks, Rose. Yeah. Tower, 500 meters. Just take a quick look in here. You can see here they're fresh out of any kind of food. Observation 134. The setup was a lure with dried squid and 60 pieces of Anima LAL. It's a camera. Frilled shark, 150 centimeters. Rare shark approached the luminous lure, circled around to eat the dried squid. Unlikely that it frequents this depth. An anomaly. Yeah. I don't know if you could say for sure from this picture, but it does look a bit weird. Observation 132. Blue marlin on a lure. Man, that would lure me down here. I don't know if you ever had blue marlin, but blue marlin is delicious. So 42 kilos of blue marlin, man, that cost a small fortune. Giant squid, 1200 centimeters. Mantle the size of a man. Estimated length of the whole thing, 10 to 12 meters. Frantic attack tore the marlin apart. As soon as we turned the lights, it quickly fled the area. Clearly another specimen affected by the leaking structure gel, partially covered in scales and newly formed bone structure protruding through the mantle. Yep, it's a bit jacked up. Observation 188, 15 pieces of whatever that is, and 25 of whatever that is. Target unknown, 40 centimeters. The creatures disfigured by the gel are manic and will attack anything. Still hard to determine how WoW has affected their behavior beyond their apparent aggression and affinity with light. The creatures seem to hunt something particular, something not present in this ecosystem. Which is an interesting observation. It looks like a jacked up anglerfish. Huh. Looks like the populations are rebounding after the impact. There you go. more pictures. Thunder down here, interesting. Oh, distortion. There you go, there's the first enemy of this area. A whole school of fish. Anyway, we're on safe mode, so we'll be fine, but normally you kind of need to dash between the lights to stay away from them and follow the glow sticks into like the shipping crate, for example, to hide from them. But we'll follow the route anyway. I do like the way they animated and scripted the schools of these things. It's a really nice touch. And we're getting close. Yep. There you go, with a warning sign this big, you know this is going to be good. Another wow flower, and let's have a listen to the buffer.
Tao, can you hear this? Anyone there?
This is Tao. Who is this?
This is Ian Peterson of Theta calling. I got a team with me and we're about half a kilometer from Tao.
What? How did... You came in the climber?
Listen, we're having a really hard time with this sector. Heavy turbulence is making it difficult to move forward, and the wildlife you got is absolutely rabid.
The storm comes and goes. The instruments show the weather is relatively fair right now. You should move out as soon as possible. Stick to the lights. The critters should leave you alone.
All right, you heard the man. We're moving out, people. Tao, keep the doors unlocked. We're coming in.
So you might recall Peterson is one of the ARC crew with Catherine and the others. Well, looks like we got power. Thermal vents, really cool. And a robot, and this one appears sane. So I guess we're at the observatory at this point, and we want to go to Tau. So you probably guessed it, but we want to stay next to this thing. You can see all the lights are out on this path. Just being a weirdo. And we found a path again. And that thing just ate our robot. Very rude. Very, very rude. It's a good thing these glow sticks are still good months later, although you do have to wonder if maybe Ross had a hand in their function or appearance. You got all these deep sea... I think it'd be spiders or crabs, given everything, whatever. Funky looking. Now this part, when the first time I played through it, made me shit bricks. I don't think we'll come across what made me shit bricks on the way, but certainly there is an encounter. And you come out here, oh, we made it, and there's light. What could go wrong? Let's go to the light. Surprise! Yeah, that got me the first time. That got me good. If I recall, you can actually also spawn in the tunnels, which is you just kind of drift through the tunnels and like, yeah, pretty creepy. Pretty creepy indeed. Well, we're nearly done with this section. And Tao's actually a bit more, in my opinion, fully featured than Omicron. Although the enemy in Tao makes it kind of hard to appreciate everything to its fullest extent unless you're on safe mode. Because the enemy in Tao is extremely aggressive. And here we are. Let's get on inside. Yeah, I gotta say, for a 10-year-old game, the visuals hold up surprisingly well.
Never been happier to be inside. Let's find the Ark.
So I'm going to show you something that a lot of people miss here. Hopefully get that flag to occur. And, we have to do this one first. And you see there is one power suit active here at Tau, and it's not ours. And if you look at the times, there's this big gap, and then the WoW accesses it, and then the day later J Yoshida accesses it. That's Jin Yoshida. And there's still an icon here. Oh, sorry, no, down here at Tau. Foreshadowing. You can see what looks like structure gel. What could that mean?
Welcome to Tau. What's left of it.
Are you guys alright? What happened here?
We ran out of real food long ago. People have been getting sick. Haven't heard from anyone in months.
No shit, they all think you're dead down here. Some failed evac story circulating at Omicron.
Oh, God.
Listen, son. We're on an important mission, and we need your help to operate the Omega space gun. When it's done, we can all head back up the plateau. But now we need to get moving.
Of course. Head on through to the habitat. We shut off the front section to preserve power.
All right. See you soon.
Yeah, you keep following in the footsteps of Catherine and crew. Looks like someone let loose. Yeah, it's a bit gnarly, isn't it? Someone who'd been consuming far too much structure gel. Yeah. I'm just gonna watch this. Bear with me. Can't recall if I need to hit another movement flag, but there you go. Yeah, that's actually kind of easy to miss, but the airlock cycles again to allow Johann Ross to get through, which is a nice touch. Easy to miss, but yeah, nice touch. Okay. Now we're gonna come across the enemy of here in a sec, and yeah, he's really annoying because he's just so aggressive. Like he won't leave you alone. So I'll do my best to explore around him, but he can kind of box you in on safe mode, and it's really annoying. So yeah. So we need to open this door and then get through it. We can do that by looping around and closing doors behind us. But I'll see if I can get you a good look at this guy anyway, because he's kind of interesting. NPC says, I learned that the upcoming Halloween game is going to have both single player and multiplayer modes. Interesting. Or like asymmetrical multiplayer or like co-op or what? What's it got going on? Anyway, surprise! Jin Yoshida's still around, being a weirdo. Now, the funny thing is, because we're on safe mode, he's just like a weirdo dude following you around, being kind of extra, you know? That's where we gotta go, but let's continue to explore while we're here. As best we can. So you can see they were doing some sciencey stuff up here in the front parts, which they apparently shut down to preserve power. Come back to that. Control room, which is locked off. NPC says it's asymmetrical from what I understand. It's being partially developed by Saber, who made the Evil Dead game. Okay. Interesting. Pilot suit. Oh, sorry, pilot chair, I should say. And a thing we can look at. So we can see there was actually a time when Jin was the only one accessing this. Now, we know that there was an evacuation attempt from Tau, and obviously some people didn't make it. So kind of the theory is that Jin stayed behind for one reason or another until he inevitably succumbed in some fashion or was drinking structure gel and corrupted by the WoW or whatever. Whitechapel says, with the previous discussion that the WoW is looking to sustain life, how does this explain these structure gel consuming Windows wanting to end you? Well, we have established that the things that are just sort of resurrected, or some of the early Mockingbird attempts don't take well to their new form, and like, you know, there's all those logs about fish that have been infested or resurrected becoming very aggressive, and that's kind of what's happening here. Like the people who who's that? Assuming that's not a bot, thank you very much for the follow. Happy to have you aboard. Yeah, so like the people who consume too much structure gel get all, maybe they die at some point and then get resurrected as in some fashion and go insane, or maybe just the structure gel messes them up, like with the case of Acres. Yeah. So I don't say it's necessarily directly connected to the WoW trying to preserve life. So you can see here that all the things are offline except for the infirmary. So let's have a call.
Anyone there?
Not in the mood to talk to robots. No comment.
Lindwall, Sarah Lindwall, that's a name we've heard before. And she appears to be in the infirmary in some capacity. Yeah. So that's where we are. I think that's the only noteworthy thing to see here now. So... Did I get turned around? Yeah, I got turned around. Ah yeah, here we are. So here's where we want to go. Now the interesting thing about Jin when he's actually like not on safe mode is he is hyper aggressive. He is outside of that like couple of scripted parts with Acres, he's the only enemy in the game that knows where you are at all times. Like you can outrun this dude and lose him a bit, but he will just come after you, and aggressively so. Now the thing is, he does actually hesitate and pause when you look directly at him, which can be enough to sort of help you get through a door and lock it behind you. He can open the doors though, so you got to be careful. Yeah. Is he waiting to hit you when you get on the ladder? No. He's just being a weirdo. So. Later, dude. He can open doors, but as far as I know, he won't follow you up this ladder. He's just doing his thing out there. We'll leave him be. And the door locks behind us, so... No, we ain't going back. Okay. So there's actually quite a bit to see here. Quite a bit indeed. See a list of food. Okay, thanks, Ross. They're pretty much out of everything, and they're like intravenous is the last note, which will become relevant soon. See, this part's blocked off. And dispatch terminal, so let's have a listen here. Well, I don't think we're calling... Yeah, not calling anyone today. You can see at some point the transmissions just stopped. That's because the Lumar relays went out, I believe. You see, Ross helped us out by opening his cabin, and we'll open the infirmary while we're here. And the Fee access tunnels, not looking hot, but Fee is operational, which is good news. And there's a bit more on the Omega space gun. So let's finish exploring the rest of these rooms in town, and I won't go down there yet because we'll see that soon enough. And we won't go to the infirmary yet. We know that Lindwall's in the infirmary.
We have to stop it.
Yeah, hold your horses. And we see some bodies in here. This guy looks all kinds of jacked up. So he appears to be in some kind of dream state or something. Kept alive by the WoW. But this is a corpse we can interact with.
What the fuck did we do?
Hey, try not to think about it.
My whole life, I've been a good man. We messed up, Sarah.
There.
I should have launched. Taken the chance.
There's time. If Ashkin says we could try again, when things calm down.
You gotta do it, you know? You got to.
It doesn't look like he made it. Yeah, so you can infer from that that they did something bad and that something stopped the launch. So we see a log for Jasper Hill. Theta, everything went well. All the crew scanned and banked in the Ark, loading the shuttle to Omicron, leaving as soon as possible. Omicron. Eames and her crew welcomed us with open arms. Scans went well, should have most of them, so it looks like they were able to pick up most people at Omicron. Tau. We found 5 surviving members at Tau. They have been stranded here for months without radio contact or proper food. We managed to scan them all, though I suspect their arrival will cause some trouble inside the Ark as they feel abandoned by Omicron. I just hope everyone will be able to forgive each other. B. Shit went down. We couldn't launch going back to Tau to figure it out. It sure did. We'll just leave old mate in there. See here all the food wrappers. Squeeze me stress ball. I haven't seen one of those in a long time. Let's have a listen to this body.
Can't we do anything for him?
No, we're out of sedatives. If we had a gun, this would be the time to pull it out.
Did not expect it to end like this. Should have jumped the climber back to Omicron.
Without the Ark.
Forget about the Ark.
No, you don't get to say that. It's the only thing left of value, you know that.
Yeah.
Promise you won't leave it behind.
We'll all be dead one day. Then what?
We'll better keep it safe until then. Don't want the wow to take it, swallow it whole. I'm sorry, Catherine. It's okay, Ian. Just let it out. Let it all out.
So you can see from that, some shit went down. Ian Peterson is saying, sorry, Catherine. So, yeah, probably guess that he's done something wrong and everyone's slowly dying because of the dire food situation here. See, these people look real messed up. This guy's in a structure cocoon. And this dude's all jacked up. It's still alive. Let's just leave them be, I guess. And that's... We'll leave Ross's room for last, actually. I'll just quickly go to storage. I don't think there's much in here. Just more structure intrusions. There are interesting things in here. I can't actually read what that says. It looks like Ross was doing some serious math. Got here a collected works of C.G. Jung. And we can see here that that Site Alpha and the WoW core is somewhere between Tau and Phi. And looking at this is presumably the WoW core. And it seems like it's changing. There's the thing of the WoW flowers. It's like some structured gel tendrils. Whatever that is. Structure gel. So it looks like, I can kind of tell you, at some point they injected the WoW, or interfaced the WoW with structure gel. I was hoping to see Omicron today. The evacuation ordered by the people at Theta was a gift, an excuse to leave Alpha and abandon the WoW. As the storm cleared, we were swarmed by monsters that the WoW had facilitated. We were ambushed and forced back towards Tau. Glasser, Kowski, Kurtzy, or however you say that, and I survived. Eau Claire is in the infirmary, but it doesn't look good. Kurtzy made a run for it to check the observation for anything resembling food. Going outside is beyond dangerous. It's like going to buy cigarettes in a hurricane. She came back, and she had some crumbs with her. We all knew it was empty. I think she just wanted a chance to die without carrying the responsibility of taking it herself. Grim. People from the plateau showed up. It was a group of engineers from Theta telling us that they wanted to use the Omega space gun to launch something called the Ark. It's an artificial world that carries brain scans made from people working at Pathos 2. The idea is silly but endearing. We all agreed to do a scan so we could take part in this quote-unquote afterlife. Some of the engineers returned from Phi. Apparently they postponed the Ark launch. They were all in a very foul mood and difficult to get any straight answers from, except for one very important thing. They all wished to remain at Tau to figure out this Ark business out. But they had scheduled for the climber to pick them up tomorrow. Someone would need to catch that climber to alert Omicron to what happened. Luckily, Glasser and I were able to take on this mission. I'll finally get to warn Dahl and Sarang about the critical situation at Site Alpha.
The pattern has stopped evolving. The WoW has managed to find balance. I convinced SSE Volcheck to turn off all external control systems, making the WoW our de facto caretaker. So far, it's exceeding expectations. Since the comet crashed a few days ago, January 12th, the WoW has dropped to a low energy state. It hasn't abandoned its duties. It's keeping climate and life support going. But it's been simplifying the pattern, redefining its protocol. The WoW has started to grow physically. It's not just the core chamber. All around Pathos 2, structure gel is bursting through the pipes and bleeding through walls. I don't know what WoW could possibly stand to gain from this, but I assume it is intentional. The heart of WoW has claimed such a large part of the core chamber that there can no longer be any question to its heightened awareness. Not only does its expansion suggest an unexpected understanding of space, but also its own physical manifestation within the world. The WoW is reaching out to every machine, every life form, to manipulate, to control. It's trying to help save its creators from all this, just like the protocol demands. But really, what is good enough? Where is the line drawn for what is human and what is not? Would walking corpses do? Would a group of machines thinking they're human be acceptable? We can't trust a machine to know, to understand what it means to be. We have to terminate the WoW project. It can be done. I just need to get some help from Omicron.
So you can kind of piece together what I was saying earlier from those logs. They did something to change the WoW, and it sort of started reevaluating itself and spreading throughout the complex. But then Ross comes to the conclusion that they shouldn't have done that. But the WoW exhibiting the understanding of its environment, and then the other things again is why I point to the WoW having more going on than necessarily what we're led to believe now. You know, it's not it's not black and white, but piecing together all the bits and pieces you get is why I say the things I say about its intelligence. Even if it's not human, even if it's different, it still is there in some fashion, and it does appear to be learning and growing and experimenting, shall we say. I think that was everything, wasn't it? So let's go to the infirmary.
You're go ahead. Make yourself at home.
I think I've triggered an audio bug. This these audio distortions shouldn't be going for this long.
Nice suit. Used to have one just like it.
I might just reload real quick and we'll come back to that. Because that's getting kind of annoying. I thought it was just Russ getting impatient for us to move on with the objectives, but yeah. That's better. That's better.
Don't mind me.
Anyway, surprise! We have an actual human. Now we're just going to ignore her for the moment. Take a
Can
look
I
around.
help you with anything?
Yeah, she's looking in pretty dire straits.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
She seems to recognize you. I don't think so. You see, she's just been going through some you see Catherine here accessed a book on how to alter the casing for a space gun payload, and then Lindwell was looking up some emergency food and nutrition stuff. I actually never terminated her life support without even talking to her, which didn't she say you look different when you enter the room? I think that's more a reaction to the fact that Simon's a walking, talking power suit with, like, presumably WoW growths all over him and a Cortex chip in his visor with red eyes. Yeah. I think she got you yeah, I actually haven't seen if you switch it off without talking to her. I'm not going to do that today. We want to talk to her.
Are you human?
Sarah Lindwall, payload technician at your service. A rare sight, am I right?
I'd say so. You're the first normal living human I've seen.
There's not many left down here. Most of them are up on the plateau.
You mean at Omicron?
Yeah.
There's no one alive at Omicron.
You've been there?
I've been all over. The power plant at Upsilon, the ruins of Lambda, the abandoned Delta, Theta.
You've been to Theta?
There's not a lot left of Pathos 2.
And, I'm the only living person you've met? You mean I'm the last living human on the planet?
I'm sorry.
Who are you again?
Simon Jarrett.
Stationed out?
Nowhere. I used to work in a bookshop in Toronto. long story.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
I'm trying to find the Ark.
Why would you? How do you know about that?
I've heard it's the last hope for mankind.
Damn right it is. Now what do you want with it?
Take it to the Gunnet Phi, launch it into space.
That was the plan, all right. I've been guarding it ever since we brought it back to Tau. Just couldn't bring myself to let go. To tell you the truth, I don't have the strength to argue. And I certainly don't have the time to wait for the next sentient thing shuffling through here. Go ahead. Take it.
Thank you. Can I get you anything? Do anything for you?
You could kill me.
Good one.
I'm glad you came by. Good to get this over with. I still can't believe I'm the last one. It's crazy. If I knew you'd come, I would have cleaned this place up a little bit.
You serious about me killing you?
No, I'd love to hang around here until I dry up to the size of a raisin. Simon, this fucking sucks. I don't want to live like this.
Shouldn't we be doing something to keep you alive?
Why?
You're the last human. I just find it disrespectful to our entire history not to fight this. Sure, we have the Ark, but you're the real deal.
Thanks. That's probably the best compliment I've ever got. But the truth is that the Ark is all we have. We'll have to accept second best, you know?
None of this feels right.
Simon, I want to die.
Sarah.
Just think about it. Don't let me down. Go ahead. Go save humanity. What's left of it. Good luck, Simon. Knock it out of the park. Don't let me down. Be careful. Knock it out of the park.
I think that's all her words.
Please don't leave me like this.
Yeah, so most people I've seen actually do push the button and sort of sit with her while she expires, but we're not going to do that.
No way I can climb a ladder while carrying the Ark like this.
Yes, that's what we hint. You need to use the freight lift. Wait, that's the Ark. Yeah, this thing. That's the Ark. The whole thing. The interesting thing is if, sorry, I think I actually missed it, so I do apologize. Oh no, you can still see it. Day 312 on the Ark, so all the Ark people have actually been living on there for nearly a year. And presumably Catherine's on there, amongst other people. Yep, see ya. Is Simon on it? Well, based on Catherine's scan logs, I don't believe so. I mean, she really only used, if at all, only used Simon's scan in her prototypes before the whole vivarium thing and developing the Ark into what it is. So I don't believe at this point that Simon would be on it. I mean, likewise, you could say that there could be Munshi and was it Nanami and whatnot on the Ark, but they were all sort of legacy scans that were part of effectively a dev kit. So is it possible? Yes. Is it likely? I would say no, not at all. Oh yeah, you'd assume not. They didn't seem to think of the legacy scans as people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. She'll be right. Whitechapel says, bit of an odd way to view things. Unless I'm missing something about how these people viewed their scans, it's still some semblance of humanity, and given that they're placing their humanity in ones and zeros, classism exists in 2100. You have to remember that the legacy brain scans weren't the same format. You might recall there's mention of unpacking them or something. So basically, everyone who works with AI has the sort of dev kit with the legacy scans. They're not actually consciousnesses. They're sort of reference material. It's not till the WoW sort of invents a new brain scan method with the whole Vivarium thing, and then Catherine dissects that and realizes that she can use that to make actual functional, fully fledged, quote-unquote consciousnesses from this. So at that point, like, these legacy scans wouldn't even come to mind. In fact, it's possible she doesn't even know how to convert one into a full-fledged one. It's sort of implied that the WoW has done something novel with Simon. So yeah, I don't think you can really say that it's odd in light of the sequence of events and how everything came together. Given Simon's current existence in this game, you can derive a consciousness from legacy scan. Yes, the WoW can. Couscous. Yeah, the WoW can. It's at no point did Catherine ever make it apparent that she could do the same conversion, because what she's doing for all the other scans is not a conversion. She's applying the method that the WoW sort of invented to capture a different kind of brain scan from a pilot seat, right? It's not quite the same thing. Could she have probably figured it out if she had the will to do it? Potentially, I'd say. But at that point, she really had no reason to, because, well, with the timing and everything, it's far less important to her and everyone at Pathos 2 that they try and resurrect some legacy scans, or they could get the actual scans done and then, go to the other sites and get more scans done and then take the thing to Fee and shoot into space, right? Yeah. Cargo attached. I'm not sure what you mean by that. We know what the Catherine in the Omni tool thinks of this legacy scan. She obviously doesn't think much of Simon because she spends the whole game manipulating. And I'm sure the Catherine in the Ark probably doesn't care anymore at that point. Or maybe she's retained it to use as templates for the proposed hypothetical beings that they might create. I don't know. Catherine in the Omnitool and Catherine in the Ark absolutely differ. You might recall the first actual scan that Catherine took and loaded into the Ark is her own. So there is a Catherine already on the Ark that's been living there for nearly a whole year. Oops, forgot to waterproof the Ark. Yep. So what's in the Omnitool? I thought all the Mockingbirds and the Catherine were the same scans from the Ark, or are these scans caught by the WoW? So many of them we can infer are intercepted by the WoW when Catherine makes the scans, but also there's many scans that were not taken by Catherine and that the WoW took. You might recall in Upsilon we met what was his name? It's like the first semi-lucid Mockingbird we find after we escaped the first time from the construct. The guy who we gave electric shocks to. Forgot his name, but anyway, he was captured while operating one of the robots in a pilot chair. His wasn't a capture from when Catherine was taking the scans for the Ark. So remember, the WoW invented this method, so the WoW's been taking captures of people like whenever they were using pilot seats, just as part of their jobs or as part of Catherine's scans. Like you might remember the Dunbat, when we powered the Dunbat up, it had kittens and was cussing out Catherine because clearly that scan that the WoW jammed in the Dunbat was taken at the time of whoever it was brain scanned by Catherine. Yeah. So it's sort of two different sets of scans. So we got a dead end here. And you'll see there's someone half buried, so let's have a listen.
What the hell is wrong with this place?
It's nothing to worry about. Just the warden flexing his muscles.
The warden? You mean WoW?
Well, down here he has many names. Warden, the Alpha.
Like in Site Alpha? I thought that was made up.
Made up. Then someone should really fire Johann Ross. Tell him there's no reason to walk these tunnels no more.
This section is gonna collapse.
You should try spending some time in the abyss, sweetheart. You know when shit's for real.
Catherine, move up. Come with me. Oh, okay.
Hey, wait for me.
Careful with the Ark.
Take it easy. It's not going to... Oh. For a moment, I thought it was going to collapse.
Yeah, famous last words. Look at these little shrimp. Aren't they cute? Yep, there it is. It's looking pretty wild. Will we finish tonight? I hope so. I mean, we pretty much really only got about half an hour of game left, to be honest. If that. Yeah, there's... Alpha looks kind of cool, but there's not really a whole lot to it. I actually wish they had put more in it. Would have been interesting to see more about what Ross was doing here, because there's a whole complex here. And
just tell me what you want.
I need you to stop the WoW.
What? How?
The enslaved protein sloshing around your suit is the noose from which the WoW will hang itself.
What are you talking about?
As soon as I came to Omicron, I tried to tell them to make the toxin make the WoW with her, but they didn't understand. They put it inside the cabinet. It was so infuriating. They needed to take it to Alpha, the fountainhead of the misery we created. And then the girl, she figured it out. She was going to take care of it, but the WoW shrieked. They all died. You took the gel from the cabinet and made yourself into a venomous snake.
You're saying this toxin inside of me can kill the WoW? Altogether?
You are the snake, Simon. Now strike at the heart.
yeah, so that's where you find out about the WoW shrieking and killing everyone at Omicron. And also that revelation that Simon's basically got some altered structure gel in him and becoming a living weapon. This is I referenced this in second last track off Crush Depth, Delenda Est, about Simon being... It's sort of written from Simon's perspective, and you know, about him being a poison payload, essentially. And we'll just make our way through all this. You can see it's all very, very overgrown. But the thing is, if Ross was the only person working here that we know of, this complex is actually rather large. Yeah, a lot to it. And here we are, a WoW chamber.
What the hell is that?
Heart. It controls all the structure gel on Pathos 2. All you need to do is poison the imprint, and the heart will unwillingly spread it across Pathos 2, killing it. Feed it, Simon. Push your arm into the heart.
So a lot of people I've seen play this game don't seem to realize that this is yet another choice.
Do it.
The game kind of prepares you for this for all the other choices you have to make. You can push your arm into the WoW, or you can just simply not.
Can't let the WoW continue producing its filth. Kill it.
Take it easy.
We're just gonna tell Ross to kick rocks.
Just force your arm inside it.
Back off, okay?
Literally nothing to say. WoW is the only thing left. Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah, pretty much. So, what's the point?
Please, Simon.
No, Ross. No.
You can't leave. We're not done.
Later.
Please, Simon. Humanity will suffer for an eternity. If you don't finish this, I'll make you. Having your way.
Don't!
You have to do this, Simon. This is bigger than both of us.
Suck it, nerd. I wonder if we can still do it. Oh, I think we can still do it, but we're not going to. Interesting. Didn't know that. Yeah, that thing's after us. It's honestly not very difficult, even when you're on standard. You can kind of just cheese it, and there's enough of these WoW flowers that, like when it hits you, it doesn't kill you, it just knocks you down, then you can grab the WoW flower and just basically speedrun it. You don't even need to hide, really. But yeah, interesting stuff there. You kind of, like, even if you, like, spoiler alert, if you kill the WoW when Ross wants you to kill it, he then tries to kill you. And I sort of reference this again in Delenda Est, where I say the line, you know, manipulated from all sides, because honestly, Simon spends the whole game, if he's not being manipulated by Catherine, he's being... you could make the case he's being manipulated by the WoW in some fashion, and certainly he was manipulated by Ross in the end. So his claim, if you take that route, is that you're the only thing immune to the new pattern of structure gel that's being distributed. So he wants to wipe you out to basically make sure it's completely done. I think it could be because the WoW still has some ability to interface with Simon, like, you know, given you basically spend the whole game stuffing your hand in WoW flowers and stuff. So I think there might be some ability for the WoW to survive, or for you to do something on its behalf or some sense. But I don't actually know this for sure. I'd have to see if there's any other thoughts around it. Saying what I said earlier, I'm going to try and make it through the rest of the game, because we're pretty close, but if for whatever reason, due to circumstances, I can't,
This has to be Phi, right? Hope the Ark made it here in one piece.
We'll just do it at the start of next stream. I've sort of decided that I think that the next game I'll stream is going to be Cultic. There is some flexibility on that if anyone has any other thing they might want me to play imminently, but I really enjoy Cultic and I just started playing it again today. I was like, oh yeah, man, it's such a good game. I should maybe stream it. And there's more facility to feed than we actually really get to touch, which is a shame.
Catherine, can you hear me?
I hear you. This is Vi. What happened to Tab?
A lot, actually. But we're back on schedule now.
Did you find the Ark?
I did, but I kinda lost it on my way here on an automated tram thing headed to Phi. So it should be around somewhere.
That's great. Let's go get it. All right, Phi is up and running.
So you can see here some launches from earlier years of satellites. But they eventually shut it down. Yeah, one last visit.
A satellite is loaded into a shell. The shell is accelerated by electromagnets along the barrel. Enough momentum to escape Earth's gravity is gained before regression. Reaching space, the satellite will shed the shell and unfold. Onboard thrusters settle the satellite into an orbit.
Did you find out what happened to the Ark team?
Not really. For some reason they didn't go through with the launch, so they took the Ark back to Tau.
I hope everything's okay with the space gun.
Yeah, I doubt I'll be able to repair one of those. Feels like the longest day of my life. Has it just been one day?
I have no idea. Our time together is a confusing patchwork of moments to me.
What time is it then? What day?
It's May 11th, 2104, 3:30 a.m., but I don't remember when we started.
You'll see when we get to the platform. I think it just sort of maybe gets boosted on pressure, or just maybe the magnetism is sufficient. Let's have a listen. Oh wait, no, that's the battery thing.
I woke up in my bed today. It just happens to have happened 100 years ago.
Sounds like a riddle.
It does. I woke up in my bed today, 100 years ago. Who am I? Who am I?
You see a blood trail here, which is interesting too. There's been a murder, chat. Dastardly murder. Who could this be?
Are you suggesting we keep it down here? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Eternity among the stars, remember?
The people inside the Ark won't know the difference. We can just keep it down here, and we don't have to risk the Ark being shot through 5,000 meters of broken barrel, and then push through another 100,000 meters of a dust-filled atmosphere.
Will the casing stand all that pressure?
Oh, the odds aren't great.
Catherine, say something.
I don't care what you think. I'm launching it.
No need to be like that. Let's just hang on to it for a while and think about it. We can launch it later.
No, that wasn't the deal.
We made it to save them, to launch it. Out there, it's hope. Down here, it's a fucking terrarium waiting to die with the rest of us.
Come on, Catherine, it's not asking much. Let's just think about it before we risk the only hope humanity has to survive this hell.
No, we launch it today. This is my project, my Ark.
It's bigger than that. Don't you get it? It's not for you to decide. We're talking about the fate of mankind.
Get away from the Ark! I'm taking it.
No, you're not.
I'm not gonna let you ruin this.
Stop it!
Guys, calm down.
Get away from me! No!
What the fuck did you do?
It was an accident.
Catherine, talk to me. Catherine.
Oh, God. Catherine,
Did you say something?
it's you. You had an accident.
What are you... Oh. You mean Catherine. Don't worry, it's better this way.
Yep. Rip.
How did she die?
You got into a fight with your colleagues. They didn't want to risk launching the Ark. Thought it might not make it through the atmosphere.
They killed me?
I'm sure it was an accident. They were just trying to stop you from launching.
Didn't sound like an accident.
How could they kill me?
Catherine,
I know I'm not an easy person to like. I just thought they trusted me.
come on. Don't do this to yourself.
Did you have friends in Toronto, Simon? Real friends?
There was some. Jesse, Sean, Kevin.
I always wanted a friend. Like a real one. Someone you'd never hold back with.
I'll be your friend.
Oh, pity friendship? Now I feel even worse.
All right. Found the Ark.
Good job, Simon. Now we just need to find the assembly space so we can stuff the Ark into a shell.
Do you think the Ark will make it through the atmosphere and into space?
It almost doesn't matter anymore. We just need to try. If we burn, we burn. If we're lucky, we just gave humanity a new chance, a whole new era. With the Ark on Earth, maybe we have a few decades of power to keep it running. In space, we have thousands of years.
Still, one hell of a gamble, though.
This was never about certainty. It's about hope.
I think I found the assembly space.
What do you see?
It's like a huge open shell, a bullet ready to be loaded.
That's great. All prepared for the Ark.
On it.
Alright, here we go, boys and girls. We're gonna yeet this thing into space. Power.
I'm really not that familiar with guns of any size. Oh, here we go. All systems say go.
Lock and load.
Combat up and we'll head out to the gun.
No, as far as I know, you can't choose not to yeet it. It's kind of the climax of the whole game. Yeah, what he said.
Now what?
Now we just need to get the shell into the gun and then, kaboom.
Aren't you forgetting something? How are you gonna get us on board the Ark? Don't we need to make another scan?
Oh, don't you worry. You don't operate something like the Omega space gun with your bare hands.
You mean, it's a pilot seat? Like back at Omicron?
Yes, and we can use it to transfer you to the Ark while operating the gun. 2 birds and all that. Now, take the Omnitool and plug it in next to the seat, and I'll guide you through the final steps.
Notice how Catherine says transfer, which is clearly not what has happened to date. Damn, you're nothing but a tool this whole time serving Catherine's agenda to launch the Ark. In a sense, like you can certainly interpret it that way. Like I don't necessarily think Catherine is like, I mean, she's a bit autistic, but I don't think she's like, as I said, I don't think she's necessarily the antagonist. I think it's more opportunistic, if that makes sense. Thank you for the explanation of ballast. I am a slow boy when it comes to all that. Yeah, it's diving autism. I'm glad you understand it. It's not my wheelhouse. Well, we've got a thing to eat in space, so let's get on with it.
Oh, I'll never get used to that.
Guess you won't have to. Not after this is over.
Right. Have a seat.
Just gonna hang out for a sec, see if she's got any more dialogue while we do that. Let's go take a closer look at this here. So there's the tunnel. Comes out of the tunnel, and there it is. That's the space gun. See more of the more of it down there. Okay, let's do it.
Comfortable?
As good as it's gonna get.
Okay, I'll activate the seat. You should be able to use the machines to load the bullet you assembled.
How do you operate this thing?
Don't know, I never tried this one. But pilot seats are notoriously easy to use, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Overwhelming feeling that this is a great game and I'm about to deeply hate it. No, man. You're gonna love it as much as I do.
Okay, ready when you are. Just hit the button and we're off.
But we need to transfer our minds to the Ark.
We also need to make sure it launches at all, so I tied them to a single switch. Just push the button and we're off.
Imagine having an oops right now. Yeah, I know, right? But like you push the button and it just explodes or something.
What are you waiting for?
Just bracing myself.
Well, push the button when you're done.
We gotta push the button. But yeah, Catherine's tied the transfer to that button, and it's a very interesting thing because she presumably doesn't have to.
You okay?
Yeah. It's just crazy thinking about what we're doing. Ditching Earth.
Boggles your mind, doesn't it?
Now this has been discussed elsewhere, so it's not my original thought, but I think there's merit to it. she didn't want to just do the quote-unquote transfer,
Come on,
because
Simon, let's get going. Push the button.
Deep breaths, Catherine. Soon we'll be among the stars.
Let's hope so.
it's not a transfer and she knows it. And if she copied them to the Ark and then Simon realizes he's still here, he would chuck a wobbly and wouldn't press the button. So her tying it to the button appears to be a very conscious decision. So let's do it.
Here we go. No turning back.
Thank you, Simon.
Don't mention it.
It's an amazing thing you did. And I want you to know I appreciate it.
Time, 20 seconds.
What's the matter with the upload?
Just give it a second.
Thought you guys would have better bandwidth in the future.
Notice how she puts herself first?
Ten seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6.
You gotta be kidding me!
5, 4, 3.
Come on, load!
2.
Yes! Fuck yeah, we made it! Woo!
Uh-oh.
I'm still here. I'm still here. Catherine? Catherine?
I'm here.
What the hell happened? What went wrong?
Nothing. They're out there, among the stars. We're here.
No. We were getting on the Ark. I saw it. It finished loading just before it launched.
Yeah, I saw.
Then why are we still here?
Simon, I can't keep telling you how it works. You won't listen. You know why we're here. You were copied onto the Ark. You just didn't carry over. You lost the coin toss. We both did. Just like Simon at Omicron, just like the man who died in Toronto 100 years ago.
No. This is bullshit. We came all this way. We launched the Ark.
I know it sucks, but our copies are up there. Catherine and Simon are both safe on the Ark. Be happy for them.
Are you crazy? We're gonna die down here with those fuckers living at large on a spaceship. They're not us. They're not us.
I'm sorry you feel that way, Simon. I'm proud of what we did. We made sure that something of the hundreds of thousands of years of human history survives, that something lives on.
No. Fuck this. Fuck this. Fuck you. Fuck you, Catherine. You lied. And I believed in you. I trusted you. You said we're getting on the fucking Ark.
We are on the Ark, you idiot. I didn't lie. I can't be responsible for your goddamn ignorance. You
Fuck! Catherine? Please don't leave me alone. Catherine? Catherine?
Isn't it? Yeah. What a masterpiece. And I honestly think, in my personal opinion, that there is a segment after the credits, and I think they actually should have just straight up ended the game here. There should be no further sequence after the credits. Now I realize I'm probably in the minority of this opinion, because people like happy endings and stuff, but I think that was just such a profound note to end it on. You know, and especially, again, another reason why this could only ever possibly work as a game, because of that perspective shift. Like, it's sort of taken as a given that anytime there's a scan, your perspective as the player is shifting to a new Simon. However, here it stops. Again, another reason why you can make the case that you've been Simon through, like, for this game, you as the player are playing ultimately as Simon 3. Yeah, it's and you notice that with Catherine there earlier referencing as a transfer, and then afterwards she's like, no, it's a copy, you know it's a copy, and you know, she put herself on the first on the copy order, and it almost seems like, you know, this is all like, she tied it to the button, she put herself first, made sure she got onto the Ark, and then, like, kinda, you know, if Simon gets on, okay, if he doesn't, okay. You know. But I can see why she did it, because like Simon clearly doesn't understand the process at all. He keeps falling back on this sort of coin flip analogy, and he just can't seem to understand this concept of copying a consciousness and both existing at the same time. I haven't actually seen the Prestige. Wasn't she in the Ark though? Yes, she is. But if you think about it, the Catherine that just arrived on the Ark has a lot of valuable information that the Catherine on the Ark, currently on the Ark, doesn't have. So it's actually kind of important that Catherine does make it on in a sense. It gives a sort of bit of closure to everyone who is already on there, and yeah, information for the Catherine who's already on there. Anyway, I'm going to be quiet because we've got the actual last bit of the ending to get through. Well, I think by this point there's so much time difference that you could make the case that the two Catherines are very distinct.
Whoa. Is this... Did it work?
Yeah, Simon, you can get an apartment here and go back to mindlessly consuming garbage media and not thinking about coin tosses. Hooray. We did it, Reddit. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I've heard it referenced a few times, but I've never actually watched it. Now, you might recall an earlier version of this survey. Now, I think I mentioned you can have some very interesting discussion about this, particularly taking it then versus taking it now after everything we've been through. But I'm just going to do what I did before, because it should, if I repeat my answers, should give me the last piece of the secret code for the secret files of the game. I believe I just answered 1 for everything except question 8. So we'll just skip through these. Can you pick the Sudoku option here? No. No, you can't. But I do have to wonder if, I mean, they couldn't show it for the purpose of the game, but I do have to wonder, you know, it's kind of, in a sense, in some ways, depending how you look at Catherine's personality and what happened, kind of surprising she actually let Simon come here, potentially. Or, you know, maybe she'll delete him or something. Yeah. Interesting to think about. So I believe we always need to answer number 2 for question 8. Hopefully that gives us the code. Oh, maybe I goofed it up. But anyway, that's supposed to be how it works. Sorry, I'm getting a bit of artifacting in the graphics for some reason. I don't know why. One job. Oh yeah, I remember in Cyberpunk 2077, yeah. Gives you the choice to commit honorable Sudoku.
Catherine?
Oh, there, I got it. There you go. You saw the last bit of the code pop up. So I did do it right. I had one job and I succeeded. Thank you very much. There was actually, you know, I think in earlier streams we've mentioned the ship of Theseus a few times. There actually was supposed to be a boat in this scene, and the name of it, I believe, was supposed to be Theseus. Like a little dinghy or something, so, but it's not there, it's cut.
Catherine! I can't believe we actually made it.
Well, we did.
I'm so relieved.
It's okay, Simon. Everything's all right now.
Yeah, Eternity Among the Stars. So the last track on my album, Silt, I played it as the second track you heard at the start of the stream, or a remix of it, I should say. The last track of my album, Crush Depth, Silt, is basically all about this launch in this moment, and the lines, you know, taking the best of me, leaving the worst of you, was a reference to how, you know, Simon and Catherine, the best of them, they both made it to the Ark, they're happy, they're safe, but then down in the depths, there's Simon and Catherine there, like, ripping each other apart before Catherine's cortex chip short circuits. But regarding this ending, if I were to do it, like if I had the power to do it, I would have had left the cut to credits after the space gun firing, but then basically after the credits, cut straight to this scene of the Ark in space, and just left out that whole like segment of Simon arriving on the Ark, and I think that would have just been chef's kiss. Yeah. And here you can see that the face in the menu all along that was distorted before is now clear, and it's Catherine's. Yeah. So there you go. That is that's SOMA, one of my favorite games of all time. And if they ever do remake it, I hope that they either do a faithful remake with fixing a few continuity errors and otherwise just uplifting the art assets, and or if they do actually make changes to go back and flesh out some of the parts that are a bit rushed, you know, flesh out Omicron a bit more, maybe. I don't know, I'm in two minds about re-adding Patchwork Man as an enemy. It's kind of cool that he just kind of, you know, disappears like that. Bit spooky in the moment, but yeah. And maybe just give Tao and Fee a little bit more life, you know, a bit more to explore, a bit more to, you know, kind of learn about the lives of the occupants and so forth. And the same with Alpha. Like, I think it would be really cool if there were some terminals in Alpha that kind of give you more information about what Ross was doing there, and so on and so forth. Updates for modern audiences. Oh, please no. Please don't do updates for modern audiences for this. That would be a crime. An absolute crime. Post-credit scene, which includes Star Wars style scrolling. Yeah, where's my ban button? Where's my ban button? Anyway, that's the game. What a wonderful game. I think before we go, there was one more bit of fan art that I wanted to share that is it's poignant for what happens in yeah, let me just get rid of my Friday. What happens at Omicron with the day of the pillow for Simon if you choose to switch him off for Simon 2. This is great. I'm gonna have to add this to the pre-stream slideshow. Isn't it great? Let me just reorder my things properly. Yeah. Anyway, I hope everyone has a wonderful week to come. Again, please do check out my upcoming EP when it launches in a week. We'll do a stream that night, and well, I'll be playing Coltic, but you know, it's also a bit of an EP launch celebration. So I'll add the link to it in a comment on this and pin it for everyone if anyone wants to pre-save it. But even after it's launched, the link will still work to basically take you straight to the EP on whatever streaming platform is your jam. It's sort of like a link tree in and of itself almost. I think that's about all I've got to say. We'll probably close out with listening to Silt, and if you're still going to hang out and listen to it, have a listen to the lyrics, and you know, picture yourself as Simon and Catherine both at the launch console of the space gun, and also as they join the Ark. So thanks for joining me for this very special series of streams. This game's very close to my heart, so take care and enjoy.